Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Third Fry. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. Apparently, I have some drop frames here waiting for me. Always a pleasure. Good evening, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some more Overwatch. We are not be doing Dead by Daylight. We're on a break from that, guys. We'll see where things go with Overwatch tonight. Yeah, we're still getting better. Not even getting better, just getting back to where we were with Farah years ago. It's going to take some time. It definitely, we're playing apparently against, we're playing against people in what appears to be plat? Like gold and plat. So I guess we deranked as far as SBMM goes in the background, which, if you guys didn't know, this game is SBMM and Quick Play. We're somewhere around gold or plat, which you can figure out based on checking other people's profiles and looking at their comp stats. It's basically what it comes down to. Which is much more difficult than it used to be, but I guess that's the way that it is. Guys, so good. Good. Coffee's brewing here, guys. We'll see where things go. Alrighty, I'm gonna grab my coffee, guys. 1 second, we're gonna get into the tubies. We're back. Alrighty, guys. Good. Good evening, Face, by the way. Hmm. Okay. Alrighty, guys. So we took a look at the 7,000 series that came out yesterday, next 4,000 series, excuse me, that came out yesterday. Watched some videos on that. Very expensive. Actually, 2 days ago. Very expensive. Fake frames. I want to take a peek at that, which is an analysis of DLSS 3, where they have completely artificial frames that are being developed now. Okay. Get the 12-pin connector. Curious about that. He said it's a smart connector. I don't believe that. It might be wired so it checks the pin voltage on each one of the 4 pins, 8 pins that are connected to it, but not smart as in it's like actively monitoring them. Don't do this with your GPU? Something I literally suggested. Yep. Which people are going to do. Hydrogen car that urinates. You mean it has water emissions? Surprise, yeah. They've been around for 2 decades at this point. Lots of good stuff here, guys. Yep, we took a look at the NVLink thing. Aurora's teardown. Yep. Talked a little bit about how it's probably product segmentation and doesn't have Sly or Crossfire anymore to prevent you from putting 2 video cards together. Let's take a look at this. This is a longer video. Curious, guys. Lots of hardware releases going on right now, so
welcome back to Hardware
lots of tube time. Cool stuff.
Benchmark review
it only comes around maybe once every 2 years. So good evening, Unhuman.
RTX 4090, and boy, is this thing a mighty impressive GPU from a performance standpoint.
I have a couple drop frames for some reason, guys. Not sure what's going on. My ping's fine.
One of the new selling points of NVIDIA's Ada Lovelace generation. NVIDIA has made some pretty bold claims around DLSS 3, including its supposed ability to triple or even quadruple performance.
Because it's making its own frames, which means it's completely uncapped from your CPU, but at the same time, if you've ever seen interpolation on a TV screen where it tries to make content look like 120 hertz or 240 hertz, yeah, it doesn't always turn out the way that you'd like it, and artifacts are galore. They don't always look really good. We'll take a look at this, though. I'm not huge into this idea.
Relative to older Ampere graphics
which is what NVIDIA is trying to do, is just fabricate frames now.
Today's video is sponsored by Epic Games.
No, it's not. I'm sponsored by Epic Games. I'm not.
So, firstly, what is DLSS 3? Well, by now, most GPU owners would be familiar with DLSS 2, the technology that renders a game at a lower resolution.
What about my toilet paper? Don't make fun of my toilet paper. Or are you reaching for the toilet paper? Maybe you have IBS, and that's you just slowly lurching towards the toilet paper because you're on the shitter right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Slane.
Gaming at only a minor hit to visual quality.
Must be anxiety related.
The highest quality presets. DLSS 3 takes this idea one step further by generating entirely new frames.
Yeah, this is the part where it gets kind of iffy.
Frames. With DLSS 2, at least some portion of each frame shown was actually rendered by the game engine in some capacity. But with DLSS 3 and its frame generation feature, NVIDIA GPUs have the ability to create frames without any traditional rendering taking place. This is achieved through the combination of motion vectors, which show where and how elements on screen are moving between frames, and optical flow, a technique used to blend and interpolate between 2 images. The resulting generated frames are essentially an estimation of what DLSS 3 thinks the game would have rendered between
basically
each
interpolation.
frame. The performance benefits of DLSS 3, and We need to be careful using the term performance with this feature, as I'll talk about later, come from the GPU still being able to run at full power to render normal frames, with the DLSS 3 algorithm generating more at a minimal performance overhead. This is why NVIDIA are able to claim large frame rate increases using this technology.
Because it's
But
literally
generating
completely
frames this
uncapped
way
from your
throws up
CPU.
a
It
lot
just
of
fills in the
questions.
blanks.
What is the
So it
visual
just runs at
quality
100%
like of each
utilization all the
frame
time.
that's being fully generated?
And by the way, it's already been hacked. People have been able to run. Someone on Reddit was able to run DLSS 3 on his 3070, so it's already broken. It's already jailbroken. The technology wasn't unique to the 4000 series, by the way. 3070. I don't know if I said 2070. 3070.
If DLSS 3 is generating frames between each normal frame, how does this impact latency? What are the limitations of using this technology? All that and more will be answered in this video. Before diving into some visual comparisons, I just wanted to briefly touch on the challenges of testing DLSS 3 right now. Currently, we only have access
Basically paging
to
through
the
frames.
RTX 4090, and DLSS 3 is exclusive to new RTX 40 series GPUs.
Not.
This means that often DLSS 3 will
Let's see. Here's 3070. Redditor bypassed the lock and enabled it on RTX. Oh, not even 3070 on 2070. So it was a 2070. I got it right in the first place. He's able to bypass the DLSS 3 lock on older GeForce RTX cards. By the way, this just shows you how much AMD. By the way, will usually, if the feature can be supported across their cards, they'll do it on everything. But Nvidia's like, no, it has to be locked to our newest cards, the best of the best, right? And oftentimes that's not the case. And even sometimes the technology is broken and allowed and works on AMD graphics cards. You don't even need an NVIDIA graphics card. In this case, he figured out how to make it work on the 2000 series. It doesn't seem to be hardware locked to RTX 40. It's able to bypass the software lock by adding config file to remove the VRAM overhead in Cyberpunk. That's even hilarious. So they kind of instituted some sort of weird limitation where basically just checked your VRAM. It just loaded up your VRAM, and if you didn't have enough, it wouldn't work. Yeah. Doubled his FPS with RTX on.
push frame
Dahmer
rates
show?
into the
No.
hundreds.
I've
way
considered
more
watching
in
it. I
this
haven't watched it yet,
60
though. Serial
FPS
killer
video.
stuff isn't really my
This
cup of tea.
presents an immediate issue of how do you show the visual quality of DLSS 3 when showing 120 plus FPS gameplay at 60 FPS? We'll see many frames cut from the footage.
That's a lot
Or if
of
those frames
digging.
being cut are the generated frames, then effectively you aren't actually seeing what DLSS 3 is doing to visual.
You might be able to artificially software or frame lock the software to make it easier, like putting in either a CPU cap. I believe something like MSI Afterburner functions on the GPU, so you probably couldn't use that where you try to trick the GPU into generating more frames because it thinks that it's like you'd want to have a software lock before the hardware itself, and then it would fill in the gaps.
Visuals. This is something that is going to be an issue across all captures of DLSS 3 gameplay, which is why I think you need to be wary of simple 60 FPS reposts of DLSS 3 footage. So how are we approaching this? Well, in today's video, you're going to see a mixture of techniques to illustrate what DLSS 3 looks like in motion. At times, we'll be playing high frame rate footage straight back at 60 FPS, but at other times, we'll be slowing down the footage to highlight certain areas of the visuals, but only in situations where what we are showing is visible in real time, and we'll discuss that as we go. We're also at times going to simply limit DLSS 3 to a much lower frame rate using a few tricks, so we can see how the algorithm fares on theoretical future GPUs that aren't nearly as fast as the 4090. It's also difficult to capture 4K 120 FPS gameplay as today's capture cards don't support this, and we typically rely
That's
on
not
external
true.
captures for these sorts of videos.
Mine supports 1080p at 240, which is Live Gamer HD.
Capture cards don't. It's also difficult to capture 4K 120 FPS gameplay as
4K.
today's capture cards don't support this.
And that's also not true. You can use a custom video card and use a custom resolution. I believe I used the before I basically downgraded to a Live Gamer HD. I was using a wasn't a Black Magic. The fuck was it? Thick, yeah, that's fucking huge. That's she said. What was it? A capture? A Magewell Pro. And I don't know if they've improved on them. I had a Magewell Pro 4K. It supports custom resolutions, including custom refresh rates. I don't know if he knows or not, because he didn't really say, but he might already know how to like a product like this. Let's see. Hmm. HDMI 4K, HDMI 4K, HDMI 4K plus. Faster. And I sold it, by the way. It was like a $900 video card, and I sold it because I bought. I wanted something more in line with what's commonly supported, and that was a mistake. Didn't improve anything. I sold it after. Uh, I took a pretty big hit on it too. I think I sold it for $400 instead of 900. After it was on the market for like 3 months. Scroll down to the stats, and then you have to look at, I believe, bandwidth. Be able to directly compare the cards based on kernel bandwidth in the card itself. Five hundred 94 megahertz HDMI receiver. This is actually a couple years old at this point. X8, so this is updated. Customize EDID, that's the important part, which is custom resolutions. There we go. Thousand 96, 720 megapixels. This is what changes, by the way. So if we look at just the 4K, for instance, it's actually slower. 97, 360. So it has half the bandwidth. And megapixels, by the way, can be, it's a combination of your resolution and your refresh rate. And then also like something to do with your capture formats, which can compress more into certain resolutions. This is one that, this is, by the way, I got this video card or this capture card before there was a 1080p 240 solution on the market. Let's see, bandwidth. Actually, I think we can just look at the DisplayPort specification and see how much bandwidth it actually displays, how much bandwidth it consumes. This isn't megabits. This is in megapixels. Exactly what a megapixel is. CCTV calculator. What is this? 1096 at 2160. Impression. Now it's cameras. It's also had certain capture formats. Processing bandwidth. I think this is just the image size. That's also over time. Megapixels a second. 720 million megapixels. So what do we do? This is where stuff gets fucking confusing. 4096 by, this is for a camera, by the way. Calculate 8.85 megapixels per second. And then I guess maybe multiply it by the refresh rate. Is refreshes per second. Yeah. Because 240 hertz is 240 hertz per second, which you could break down into frame time, which would be like 4.16 or something weird. What actually is that? 240 divided by... I know the exact frame time for 240 hertz. That's great. So 8.85 times 240. Oh, that's a lot higher than that. This can't even do 60 hertz? I don't even know how you fucking configure this. Up to 144 FPS, that's not true. You can do 240. You have to do a custom resolution, though. Oh, bless me, guys. Let's see, what would be 1080p? 1920 by 1080. Calculate. 2.07. Maybe that's why that would work. So maybe this wouldn't work. I don't know exactly what megapixels. I assume this is 1 refresh per second. So you'd multiply whatever your megapixel is by your refresh rate. Would do 4K. But that's without compression. With compression, this might change. I think this is raw resolution, so RGB. And pretty much everything uses compression. And bits changes things. How many? So it has an uncompressed raw BMP. So it's 8.85 at 8 bits. 10 bits would be 11. But compression, which is this, these formats could actually change the amount of bandwidth that would be required, which then also introduces artifacts. Nerd, yeah. Uh, well, this one could do 120 hertz. No, a year and a half old. This is external too. What the fuck? I mean, I guess if it's using USB, yeah, USB C 3.2, I think that's 4 lanes of PCIe 3.0 bandwidth. But once again, it doesn't tell you which. Well, it probably does on their website, which standard. Oh, 120 FPS at 1080p. Okay, okay, Asus. 4K up to 60 hertz, 4K up to 30 hertz for streaming. Okay. I think Magewell is generally on the high end for technology. Doesn't look like they have like you expect they'd like have an 8K capture card at this point. They've had a 4K capture card for a 4K 120 or 1080p 240. They've had this guy for whatever this is. What you consider this for probably 8 years at this point, 6 years. Good. And if it's external, I don't know why everyone's obsessed with external shit. Are they afraid to go in their PC and plug something in? Well, this isn't it. This is the card I had before I got the Magewell. One of these cards, not this card in particular. Tell it anymore. 1080p at 60, guys. 2160 at P at 60. 4K, by the way. 4K 60. Oh, DCI is probably some sort of compression. I don't know if he actually needs something like that. I thought it was
We
fine
typically
something
rely on external
faster.
captures for these sorts of videos. However, for DLSS 3, we're almost forced into using local capture using NVENC to get footage at a high frame rate, which is what we've done. Our test system today is using, of course, the GeForce RTX 4090 Founders Edition, paired with a Ryzen 9 5950X and 32GB of DDR4 3200 memory. There are a number of resources NVIDIA provided to look at DLSS 3, but we're sticking to the real-world game examples, primarily of 3 games: Cyberpunk 2077, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and F1 22. The implementation of DLSS 3 across these games is quite janky in the pre-release beta versions we were provided, but each developer promises the issues will be ironed out by launch, and in some instances I believe it could be several weeks until the DLSS 3 patch for the game goes live. Before trying to break DLSS 3 with tricky test conditions, I wanted to show the typical gaming experience that you'll see reasonably often. Here's Cyberpunk 2077 with DLSS quality mode on one side and DLSS quality mode plus frame generation, aka DLSS 3, on the other side. When driving along this highway in a predictable, standard fashion as you would in a game, there's not a huge difference between each image. Whether you're playing the game or watching this footage in real time, it's quite hard to spot the differences at 4K, which is good news for DLSS 3's frame generation technology. On closer inspection, of course, as expected, the DLSS 3 image is more prone to artifacts and issues, and generally has a slightly softer and blurrier look overall, more akin to DLSS 2's performance mode than quality mode. The most common issue with DLSS 3 in motion is slight sizzling and flickering of moving objects. One frame, the normally rendered frame, will be of high quality. The next frame will be a generated frame with unstable edges, ghosting, and issues. However, at high frame rates, this can be pretty hard to spot. We were just playing back footage at real time, but how about half rate, roughly 50 FPS? Can you spot the issues? What about now at 25% playback speed? Nope, can't see them still. What about at 12.5% speed? It's easier to spot the artifacts every second frame now, but when we're talking about around 100 FPS footage, each of these dodgy frames is only being shown for 10 milliseconds with good quality frames in between. When only small portions of the screen have issues, gameplay is relatively consistent with only small to moderate changes in each frame, this sizzling and artifacting is masked to some degree. Let's show another example in Cyberpunk 2077. In this scene I spotted a fair bit of ghosting with each image, but that was present regardless of whether DLSS 3 was used or not. It's an issue with DLSS 2's reconstruction. In this scene I'm not equalizing frame rate, so the DLSS quality side is running at about 50 to 60 FPS, while the DLSS 3 image is about 80 to 90 FPS. When we focus our attention on the street lights and overhead power wires, both sides have their share of issues with image stability. But in this scene, even looking at real-time footage, the DLSS 3 image
Meshes are the
clearly
bane of
less
everything,
stable in motion.
guys, in terms like anti-aliasing. Meshes, oh my god, where you have like a crossbar with something behind it, is usually the bane of everything.
With more
Hey,
artifacts
Casey.
and more flickering. It's only for some areas of the screen though. It's not like the entire presentation turns terrible with frame generation enabled. It's only parts of the screen.
It's
which
very
you may
difficult
find
to
hard
spot this.
notice, depending on how sensitive you are to these issues. When
But this is a
slowing down the
4K
footage, it does
image
become
on
more
1080p.
apparent
You
which
can see it. You can see it on the power lines here. Once again, any sort of crossweave pattern.
frames are the normally rendered
Yeah, you can easily see it in any sort of mesh. Is where you can
issues.
easily see it.
When slowing down the footage,
There, I saw it even on the full full
it does
motion. It's like confusing it in the background because it doesn't know what's behind it. Anti-aliasing has the same problems. We need more blurry images. Ah, more blur. More blur, guys. That's the future, is blur.
become more apparent which frames are the normally rendered frames and which are the generated frames. And it's apparent here with a less aggressive slowdown because the frame rate is lower. Previously, when looking at 100 plus FPS footage, each generated
I think it's the
frame
contrast
has
that
been
really
shown
does this, not necessarily the frame rate as much as the contrast between something behind it that has a distinct shape and something in front of it that has a distinct shape. Once again, a crossbar.
for less than 10 milliseconds. But
Look at
with
that
this
ghosting on the
80
lights.
FPS
Well, I
footage,
guess
we're
you
up to
said that's from
12.5
DLSS.
milliseconds per frame, which doesn't sound like a big difference, but does impact the visibility of artifacts. Another example, this time F122 captured at 120 FPS for both DLSS quality and DLSS quality plus frame generation, slowed down to 60 FPS so we're not discarding every second frame. Even under these slow motion conditions, when just playing the game under regular race circumstances, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between frame generation on or off. At this sort of frame rate, each generated frame is only on screen for 8 milliseconds or thereabouts, interlaced with higher quality frames. In real time or even half rate playback, the DLSS 3 image looks pretty good, with only a small drop to image quality visible at times. Another example is Flight Simulator, and we're inside the cockpit of an aircraft here. Lots of fine details, smaller knobs, bigger knobs, even a few large shafts to look at. When moving the camera around the cockpit as you would play in the game, DLSS 3 handled this pretty well with a final frame rate of around 120 FPS. I wasn't really able to notice the artifacts in practice.
I think it's something that's going to be more noticeable in like a fast-paced game, especially for like Overwatch. I think would actually be a really good example of this. Although I'm already getting like 400 or 500 FPS right now with the 2080, so remains to be seen. But I think Overwatch would actually be pretty because of the how clear the image looks. Right, Overwatch has a very distinct look to the game.
A small quality difference between DLAA and DLSS frame generation in this sort of very slow-paced simulator game. And even when moving the camera around like this, it wasn't much of an issue for DLSS 3. Even landing planes using the external view, there's not much motion here. Each frame is relatively consistent. Ideal conditions for DLSS 3.
You have to do something like
the
mod
majority of the game, so it holds up really well here. You'll have to excuse my flying. I'm an absolutely atrocious pilot using keyboard and mouse controls. So when talking about DLSS 3's image quality and the best case, more typical usage scenarios, there are a few common themes. If the final frame rate of the scene is above about 100 to 120 FPS, each generated frame is only shown on screen for a short time, making any artifacts hard to spot. The higher the frame rate, the less noticeable artifacts are.
I think you meant TAA.
Time gets shorter and
temporal
shorter,
anti-aliasing.
real rendered frames
Fucking ATAA.
Presentation.
Oh, you guys remember my rants about that in Dead by Daylight, and it got turned on like accidentally for a little bit. Oh, it's fucking terrible. I hate TAA.
DLSS 3 also benefits from consistency and a lack of motion. Slower paced games like Flight Simulator are a great use case.
No shit.
Even driving around in Cyberpunk, provided what you're doing is pretty standard, consistent.
Temporal anti-aliasing, even better than anti-alias and anti-alias picture.
Algorithm
I mean, well, I guess that's what the X's are, but
While DLSS 3 typically doesn't look as good as DLSS 2's quality or even performance modes, if these conditions are met, the image quality is definitely usable on many occasions. However, and this is a big however, there were several instances where I was able to really expose the flaws with DLSS 3.
It would be nice if you tested a faster-paced game
than with DLSS 2 as an example.
Cyberpunk was best case scenario.
DLSS 2 does have its share of problems in motion. We've talked about ghosting, aliasing, flickering at times in the past, but usually you'd have to be zooming in footage and viewing fine detail to spot the changes. At times, DLSS 2 was also capable of improving image quality.
I tried DLSS when I played Cyberpunk, guys. I tried doing ray tracing with DLSS in it, and it made weird things blurry, like stuff that was closer to you. It has like it doesn't apply to the same way like all over the scene. So you have stuff that was like closer, but it'd be blurrier than stuff that's farther away. Like it was like a depth of field thing, only it wasn't. It made some stuff really blurry, and other things were perfectly fine, and it was disoriented as shit. I ended up turning it off. Cyberpunk, great game though. I really enjoyed playing it, but yeah.
Weak native presentations using crappy TAA, and with the performance benefit as well, it was usually an obvious choice to enable it, at least on the quality setting. With DLSS 3, there are no situations where I would describe the image as better than native, and when you see artifacts with frame generation enabled, they are much more noticeable than with DLSS 2's fine detail issues. The biggest and most noticeable problems with DLSS 3 concern the UI or UI elements within a game. Frame generation appears to reconstruct the entire image, and this appears to include the UI. With lots of text, vector type images, or big uniform areas of color, UI issues are very noticeable.
Something over the top of something else, guys. So if you see it here with his numbers, it's anything, just like with anti-aliasing, when you have any sort of mesh, it seems to fuck with things. Unless this is a DLSS issue, I'm not sure, but you can see it in the UE.
Much more so than with regular in-game imagery like roads or leaves. Take Flight Simulator as an example. While moving around the cockpit, it looks just fine for the actual cockpit elements. The UI text showing a waypoint is completely garbled when frame generation is used. There is a lot of flickering and instability with this as we pan the camera, and it doesn't even take rapid movements to expose the flaw. I was easily able to
I
spot this
guess
with the
that
frame
was
rate
because I have a
around
first
120
generation RTX
FPS.
card.
So even though each generated
I
image
never
is
played it
being
with
shown on screen for a
3000 series.
relatively short
Apparently, you can
period,
upgrade the
the
DLSS
constant
in
flickering
Cyberpunk
of
with
this type was distracting and
injection
retarded.
utility. By the way,
When slowing the footage down, you can clearly spot which frames are real and which are generated, with the generated frames really not having much idea of what to do in reconstructing that
fucking
particular
weird.
UI element. This is also the case in F122, at any
Hmm?
frame rate. Above each competitor, you'll see the names and
It's a
place of
it's
that
a
drive.
captcha. It's a captcha, guys. That's the problem. It's a captcha. This is why we have captchas. It's with squiggly lines behind the lettering, and it can't figure out what to fucking do with it. It's a captcha. It's a captcha for DLSS. Yeah, so it's like there's like squiggly lines behind the shit while it's moving, and it's like, what is it? I can't tell. It's not there anymore. I can't. I don't know. What it looks like garblygook. Ah.
But during standard motion in a race, these labels can easily get garbled as frame generation struggles to figure out what to do with these elements.
And then you add a
It
little
seems
bit
clear to me that the
of
UI should be
transparency.
rendered into the image after frame generation is applied, but whether this is possible given how DLSS 3 works, I'm not sure. The second issue is when you change camera perspectives or angles within a game. For a brief moment, again, DLSS 3 really doesn't know how to handle the image, and what you end up
Is this
with
60
is a really
FPS or
terrible
30
frame
FPS? I
on
assume this
screen
is
for a
60.
split second. This is how F122 handles that transition. You get this big blurry mess as frame generation tries to interpolate between two very different frames.
Mm-hmm.
It can be hard to notice this at high frame rates, but it's questionable as to whether showing this frame has any benefit whatsoever when it doesn't really look like a normal real frame. And this crops up across many scenarios. If you stop and scrutinize the frames that DLSS 3 actually generates, it's not a pretty picture at times. Huge areas of blur, elements being blended together, repeated sections of frames, low detail level. Obviously, this is an unrealistic situation because in a game you're not stopping to view each individual frame, but the goal with DLSS 3 is to basically hide these frames between the real rendered frames and fake its way up to a higher level of smoothness. Provided the frame rate is high enough and each of these dodgy generated frames is shown only for a short enough time, you'll probably not notice what is going on. And that's true. It can genuinely be hard to spot all of these issues that can
The UE
appear
elements,
so
though.
glaring when you view the individual generated frames. But there are situations where you can only do so much to hide the flaws. The big problem with DLSS 3 in this sense is when you are using frame generation at a low frame rate, which may be the case on future lower end RTX 40 series GPUs. We power limited the 4090 to simulate a much slower GPU that may only be capable of rendering games with DLSS 2 enabled at around 30 to 40 FPS with heavy ray tracing effects enabled. Then when turning on DLSS 3 frame generation, we can try and get this frame rate more up in the 60 to 70 FPS range. This is very likely to be something that users may consider with a card like an RTX 4050 or RTX 4060. The problem with using DLSS 3 at around a final frame rate of 60 FPS is that it no longer hides the artifacts. Here we have Flight Simulator running at just above 60 FPS with frame generation enabled. When panning around this Airbus A320 from the exterior, you can easily see instability around the edges of the aircraft, particularly the vertical stabilizer on the rear. These artifacts flicker noticeably and almost look like there's an issue with display corruption, but that's not the case. It's
Foreground versus
DLSS 3.
background image.
In this other scene, you can see similar issues with artifacts in motion when the final frame rate is around that 60 FPS mark. Here in Cyberpunk 2077, we're running again around 60 FPS with frame generation on, and while jumping in this scene, you can see clear sizzling and artifacting around some on-screen elements in motion. It's more noticeable at slower playback speeds, but is still clearly visible in real time, and contrasts to the DLSS 2 image at the same frame rate, which doesn't have these issues. Here's another example in Cyberpunk showing issues with the DLSS 3 image that are noticeable at lower frame rates. This makes DLSS 3 unsuitable and basically unusable as a tool to target 60 FPS if your GPU isn't powerful enough to render at this frame rate natively. In fact, you'll likely see issues with the presentation at any target frame rate below 100 to 120 FPS based on my experience with the technology so far. This means the GPU must be capable of rendering at least with DLSS 2 enabled somewhere in the 60 to 80 FPS range before enabling DLSS 3. And to avoid UI artifacts, you'll need to aim higher, even a baseline of say 100 to 120 FPS with a final frame rate near 200 FPS. It's abundantly clear that DLSS 3 only shines from a visual standpoint at high frame rates. The other issue with DLSS 3 is latency. DLSS 3 frame generation increases input latency compared to not using the feature, even if it increases the frame
It
rate.
has to use a buffer
What this
to
creates
compare
is
frames.
a weird situation where frame rate increases, but latency increases as well. Usually when gaming, higher frame rates lead to lower latency and therefore a more responsive experience.
But not
But
always.
this isn't the case with DLSS 3, which means that at times enabling DLSS 3 can make a game feel more sluggish even if the frame rate has risen. A weird feeling for sure.
Yeah.
First off, we have Cyberpunk 2077. These latency numbers were measured as click-to-photon latency using NVIDIA's LDAT tool, which allows us to record the total latency from when you click to when you see the action appear on screen. This is the most accurate way to test latency and gives the most real-world results. The results are super interesting. When enabling DLSS quality mode, we see what normally happens when frame rates increase, and this is something we've covered on the channel previously. In the area we tested, seeing FPS rose from 42 to 72 FPS, and that came with a decrease in latency from 64 to 47 milliseconds. The game feels faster as you'd expect. But when enabling frame generation, while seeing FPS rose again to 112 FPS, latency increased to 63 milliseconds. What this means is that despite the game having the visual smoothness of 112 FPS, the latency and responsiveness you're experiencing is more like playing the game at 40 FPS. You end up with smooth motion, but a slow feel, which is really hard to show on camera. In contrast, if we use DLSS performance mode to raise performance further instead, we end up running at a lesser frame rate, but with noticeably better latency, and this plays out as a more responsive gaming experience. Enabling frame generation here sees latency rise as well, but at least latency is now lower than native rendering. The reason why we're seeing these results and why there's a stark discrepancy to NVIDIA's own numbers is we tested DLSS 2 and native performance with reflex enabled. After all, if reflex is available, why would you disable it? It also equalizes the playing field between DLSS 3, which forces reflex on, and the other rendering methods. So with frame generation as the only variable, we clearly produce higher latency. But when compared to the reflex off numbers, suddenly frame generation looks pretty good. We go from 102 milliseconds at native rendering to 63 milliseconds with DLSS 3. It's just that no one would consider playing with reflex off, so it's an unrealistic test condition. This holds true for the other games we tested. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, we measured the latency of changing cameras from the cockpit to exterior camera. The game is CPU limited heavily, so there's no difference in performance between native TAA and DLSS, and only slight improvement to latency when using DLSS. But when enabling frame generation, we see an increase in latency. So despite running at double the frame rate, latency is higher by over 10 milliseconds. This means responsiveness has gone backwards and is actually worse than running natively. Luckily, in a game like Flight Simulator, latency is not a big issue, and the game is playable with DLSS 3 on. In F122, we saw the same behavior, testing the latency.
I guess
of the camera
F1's kind of
angle change,
fast-paced,
going from
right?
native TAA
But it's still
to
not
DLSS
like
quality, saw a
Overwatch.
huge uplift in performance and a corresponding decrease in latency, which is what we're used to seeing. But enabling frame generation, while it did improve performance by nearly 40 FPS, it also increased latency by 11 milliseconds. In other words, while the game is running at 170 FPS, you're getting the latency and responsiveness as if the game was being rendered at 100 FPS, lower than what we started with when DLSS quality mode was being used. In this game, we can also compare the latency of DLSS performance mode to DLSS quality plus frame generation, which both ran at roughly the same frame rate. Despite this, using DLSS 3 saw almost 20 milliseconds of additional latency added, which is quite noticeable. From this perspective, you'd clearly prefer to use DLSS performance mode over DLSS frame generation, as not only does performance mode look better, it delivers the same frame rate at lower latency. Even using frame generation with DLSS performance mode, we can't reach the latency of just running with DLSS quality mode. So while the visual quality of DLSS 3 may be acceptable in some situations, the latency cost is hard to swallow, and the resulting experience
Very interesting.
depends significantly on what level of performance you're coming from. At a target frame rate of 60 FPS, DLSS 3 provides latency similar to running the game at 30 FPS, which feels terrible and made titles such as Cyberpunk 2077 feel slow and laggy. I have serious question marks over the viability of DLSS 3 for lower end, less powerful GPUs as a result.
Which is
Even
where you
gaming
really
with
want
DLSS 3
to,
pumping
you
out
know, it's nice and everything in
FPS,
high FPS,
in
but
real-world latency
it's something
terms,
you
the
really
game
want for a
felt more
low-end
like it was
GPU
being
ready to
ran
save
at
you.
60 FPS or even less than 60 FPS at times. I'm not the most latency sensitive gamer, but even I was able to tell the difference. I tested 120 FPS with frame generation, 120 FPS without frame generation, and 60 FPS without frame generation, and the DLSS 3 frame gen results were most like the 60 FPS normal rendering results, which isn't a huge surprise as the latency numbers would suggest that this is the case. It was honestly a weird experience playing a game where the smoothness is clearly high, but the game still feels slow. It's not something you typically experience unless there's something wrong with the game engine and how it handles inputs. Based on this, it's hard to recommend anyone use DLSS 3 at moderate to low frame rates. To avoid any latency issues and effectively playing the game at a lower performance level than you started with, you need a high baseline FPS before enabling frame generation. I would recommend a minimum of 120 FPS before DLSS 3, targeting around 200 FPS with frame generation enabled. In this configuration, you'll probably see latency equivalent to playing in the 100 to 120 FPS range, but with a high level of smoothness, which I feel is acceptable for single-player titles where latency isn't a huge issue. Unfortunately, it also means that DLSS 3 is functionally useless for competitive games. The whole reason to improving frame rates in competitive titles such as Fortnite, Overwatch, CSGO, those sorts of games, is to reduce input latency, which makes it easier to track and kill enemies. DLSS 3 hurts input latency despite the apparent gain to FPS, so it's not suitable for those titles. You're better off turning down quality settings or using DLSS 2, and with the RTX 4090, the performance level is so high in competitive titles there's no point considering DLSS 3 anyway. It's also pointless to use DLSS 3 when the frame rate exceeds your monitor's maximum refresh rate. With normal rendering, you can see some benefit running at a higher frame rate than your maximum refresh rate because higher FPS will continue to give you latency benefits. DLSS 3 though doesn't provide that same latency advantage because higher FPS does not come hand in hand with better latency. In effect, using DLSS 3 above your maximum refresh rate is doing nothing. It's just producing frames you might not fully see and at no benefit to latency with the potential for tearing. With the recommendations I've outlined so far, this makes DLSS 3 most useful for those with high refresh rate 240Hz monitors or greater. If you can start with around 120 FPS gameplay and use DLSS 3 to boost that up near the maximum refresh of your display, you'll get a smoother experience with less sample and hold blur. In other situations, either at lower frame rates or with monitors of a lower refresh rate, the benefits to DLSS 3 are a lot less. The final issue to DLSS 3 is it doesn't support frame caps or VSync. Therefore, it's crucial to run DLSS 3 on an adaptive sync display, otherwise you'll see ugly tearing as DLSS 3 forces a VSync off state. You also can't cap or limit what DLSS 3 produces, so a high refresh monitor is required, otherwise you'll run above the maximum refresh potentially, and tearing will also then reoccur. I hope this is something Nvidia can address in a future revision of DLSS 3 because as it stands for many gamers, features like frame caps and VSync are essential. Lastly, I just want to talk about the implications of describing what DLSS 3 provides as an increase to performance. Across GPU history up to this point, when we talk about one product producing higher FPS than another, that's directly leading to two benefits: smoother visuals and lower latency for more responsive gameplay. The two have always gone hand in hand. DLSS 3 only provides one of the two benefits to higher FPS. It does improve smoothness, but it doesn't improve latency. If you're only getting half of the usual benefit from higher FPS, is it fair to say that has improved performance in the same way as other methods? I would say that it isn't fair, and that DLSS 3 frames per second are categorically not equivalent and not comparable to non-DLSS 3 frames per second, even without factoring.
It's exactly like what I just mentioned with resolution just at a lower color accuracy.
This is why
it's like a way of cheating with compression.
Any discussion of raw FPS improvements comparing DLSS 3 on and off and to other techniques. When you add in the visual discrepancies and what DLSS 3 actually generates in many instances, it becomes even harder to compare. At this point, it's clear that a game running at 120 FPS without DLSS 3 frame generation and one at 120 FPS with DLSS 3 are not equivalent visually. This was of course true for DLSS 2, FSR and other image scaling technologies as well, but the discrepancy in image quality is perhaps largest when comparing generated frames to real frames with DLSS 3. This makes any benchmark chart showing DLSS 3 versus non-DLSS 3 rendering highly dubious or even misleading. Nvidia loves to make those comparisons, I just don't think they are valid or apples to apples. That's not to say DLSS 3 has no benefits, it's just that it can't and shouldn't be compared in this way. After testing DLSS 3 across the last week or two, I've come away with mixed feelings. I don't think DLSS 3 is the disaster that DLSS 1.0 was, but it's clear that DLSS 3 is providing a narrower set of improvements than DLSS 2, which is a widely versatile technology that delivers benefits to nearly all GeForce RTX owners. DLSS 3 has a more limited set of use cases where gamers will benefit, making it more niche than the excellent DLSS 2. DLSS 3 will be of benefit to you provided you meet a few criteria. 1. Before enabling frame generation, you need to already be rendering the game at a decent frame rate.
Once you start seeing the artifacts with the UE, like you can't unsee that shit.
You'll need to have
it's just
a
gonna
high
start bugging
refresh
you.
rate display, ideally 240Hz or higher. And 3. You'll need to be playing a game that is slower paced and not latency sensitive, like a single player title. When all of these factors combine and you have the right set of conditions, DLSS 3 does improve the visual smoothness of gameplay, and while the quality of generated frames is typically less than that of traditionally rendered frames, the way they are interlaced into the output makes artifacts hard to notice. I think it's best to think of DLSS 3 as a toggle for high refresh rate gamers to get closer to maxing out their display.
It's like one of the easiest ways to fuck with like algorithms, like anti-aliasing, is just spinning your camera. Just like sitting in place and spinning your camera, because there's stuff behind you that isn't currently being rendered, and then it has to render it immediately, and then it causes all sorts of fuck ups. Just spinning your camera, which in first-person shooters you do a lot.
And get near 200 FPS effortlessly, leading to
as NVIDIA Reflex, but on DLSS, yeah.
Motion blur.
It's kind of curious in and of itself.
Monitors perform best when
but NVIDIA Reflex was just like a small tweak that's just reducing the input buffer, I believe.
This is a decent step towards making
which you can do manually, by the way.
1000 Hz displays of the future viable.
Guy.
Rendering at those sorts of frame rates is probably never going to be achievable with the advancements that a lot of game developers are planning.
Reflex is just this option here, only it is toggleable in a game and they put a name on it.
Interpolation like DLSS 3 is one technology that could give us that benefit without requiring ridiculous levels of GPU
this guy right here.
Hardware.
And this is basically NVIDIA Reflex.
3 was also
only I have it applied globally to everything.
Flight Simulator most of the time.
So it won't change anything. I turn it on again just to make sure.
Latency sensitive or
it doesn't do anything, and Boost just tries to keep it at max clocks, which is another option. It's like literally just control panel options that they put a name on. DLSS is a little bit more in depth.
However, there are many limitations to DLSS 3. The biggest is that it hurts latency when enabled. This means that while frame rates go up, the game doesn't feel more responsive, and in the worst cases will feel more sluggish than with DLSS.
And you'd have no fucking idea what's going on because you're getting a billion FPS.
DLSS 3 at 60 FPS feels like
this is why I want a modder with the built-in Lancy modder. I forgot what it's called.
I
think honestly it'd just be pretty cool. But you also, I'm like neurotic at this point, like having MSI Afterburner all the time.
You get a similar issue with DLSS 3 at 120 FPS, feeling more like 60 FPS, despite having the visual clarity of 120 FPS. This is why I suggest users target rendering at 120 FPS before enabling the technology, because at this frame rate, you're getting a pretty good level of baseline latency and any impact from DLSS 3 will be minimal, especially for single-player titles. It does, however, mean that DLSS 3 is useless for competitive games. DLSS 3 also has some visual issues which are most noticeable at frame rates below 120 FPS. The technology does not handle UI elements well, and fast motion can cause flickering, sizzling, blur, or
it's a captcha.
Times.
It's a captcha, guys.
The lower the final frame rate, the more noticeable these issues will be, as each generated frame interlaced between real frames is shown on screen for longer. Not only does DLSS 3 feel slow at 60 FPS, it also suffers from noticeable artifacts. In general, the visual quality is lower than that of DLSS 2.0 performance mode, so if you already find that mode unsatisfactory, you won't get a lot out of DLSS 3. As DLSS 3 provides no latency benefit, there's no reason to run it above your monitor's maximum refresh rate.
It's basically just reiterating the same thing at this point.
Basically no gain at all. Now, as its use cases are more limited, I don't think it's as much of a selling point as DLSS 2.0. On a powerful GPU like the RTX 4090, there are many cases where you really don't need DLSS 3 at all because frame rates are already so high, and buyers will benefit the most will be around RTX 4070 levels of performance, where good frame rates are achievable and DLSS 3 can provide a boost into the 200 FPS range. But I don't think it's a must-have feature. I certainly wouldn't pay a premium to access DLSS 3 or side grade my GPU for it. When upgrading to Ada Lovelace, the main benefit is its much higher performance, especially for ray tracing on a product like the RTX 4090, which, as Steve said in his review, is really excellent.
So really the only difference
DLSS
between
3
DLSS
is a nice
2 and 3 is
bonus and
the
adds
frame
to the
generation, the
strong
artificial
feature
frame
set
generation.
of NVIDIA GPUs that include
From
DLSS 2,
sound of it,
NVENC, and
I assume you
Reflex.
checked.
Together,
Is
those
there isn't
things
really
are
a
hard to
difference in the
beat,
algorithm
but I
itself
don't think
with UE
individually you'd be
elements?
choosing
That'll
to
be
spend
tough to
additional
split
money
them
on
off.
DLSS 3. Now, to make DLSS 3 a killer feature, NVIDIA needs to work hard on several areas. Reducing visual artifacts in generated frames will help the visual experience at more modest frame rates, especially if the algorithm can be improved to better handle UI elements. Adding support for VSync and frame limits is also essential. However, I'm really not sure whether the main issue of latency can ever be solved, given DLSS 3 fundamentally needs access to a future frame to slot in its generated frame.
It needs a buffer.
Clearly, the data from the future frame is very important for those generated frames. If NVIDIA can improve latency, that would be amazing and elevate DLSS 3 to a killer feature status, because you'd be generating frames, you'd be improving performance, improving smoothness, and helping with latency, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that to happen. Anyway, that's it for this look at DLSS 3 across a range of games. I am very interested to see your thoughts on DLSS 3 if you do end up buying an RTX 4090 or other RTX 40 series products and trying it out for yourself. Unfortunately, it's not available on older GPUs, so it's not something you can sort of demo before getting an RTX 4090. That's because the optical flow generator in older GPU architectures is not fast enough to run DLSS 3, at least that's the demo before you end up buying an RTX 4090 or other RTX 40 series products and trying it out for yourself. Unfortunately, it's not available on older GPUs, so it's not something you can sort of demo before getting an RTX 4090.
Not true.
That's because the optical flow generator in older GPU architectures is not fast enough to run.
What is the optical flow generator? That sounds like a buzzword that NVIDIA fed him. Yeah. That sounds like a buzzword that NVIDIA fed him, and it's probably based purely on, what is it? The tensor cores. So the processing power of the, because 2000 series and 3000 series all have tensor cores built into them. And what's the, there's a couple different ones. There's RTX cores, there's tensor cores, and there's another one. NVIDIA tensor cores. Yeah, so they're totally just using the AI processing in the background that's built into their cards. It's basically, that's not the same thing that does rasterization, and it depends on how fast your cores are in the background. Tensor cores, here they are. CUDA cores are your traditional. This is for rasterization. I believe it's tensor cores. Wrong one. This is their. Part somewhere. SMT count, core count. Is drop them? Pretty sure they didn't. Yeah, I guess it isn't up there. Tensor compute. Or RTX cores then. Oh, tensors are the ones that do
run DLSS 3. At least that's the reason that NVIDIA gives. Not sure if that's a legitimate reason or not. That's just what they're saying. But at least based on my testing, you probably wouldn't want to run DLSS 3 anyway at lower frame rates than something like an RTX
RT
2060
cores
would be giving you. So yeah, I guess that's something to factor in. But anyway, yeah, if you're interested in looking at the rest of our RTX 40 series coverage, we do have our 4090 review up on the channel already, so go check that out. If you want to support our independent testing here at Hardware Unboxed, please do consider subscribing and also supporting us directly via our Patreon or Float Plane accounts. Links to those are in the description below, where you'll find things like early access to some videos. If you
see it? I didn't see it.
We've got our Discord community if you want to chat about all the latest features and stuff like that. So it's been very active with all
it's on the
these
2000
releases
series
in the last couple of months. So yeah, big shout out to our Patreon members. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Basically, it's ray tracing performance capabilities. RTX Ops, ray tracing performance. Yeah. Why is it missing from the top one, the desktops? I don't know. But it looks like tensor cores are missing from the mobile? That's okay. I guess. Thanks, Wikipedia. Okay. Good. Interesting. All right. We're going to take a look at... We're going to watch the whole thing, guys. But we're going to take a look at this as well. Lots of hardware stuff coming out right now, guys. But that's because we're in a hardware release cycle right now.
Back
so
with more 4090 testing. First of all,
I clap
says
Steve
direct
first.
Quote, that our testing is total bullshit. Come back to that. Additionally, EVGA abandoned its NVIDIA partnership at probably the right time
that?
because, quote, we're back with more 4090 testing. First of all, Corsair says, direct quote, that our testing is total bullshit. Come back to that.
But that being said, Gamers Nexus definitely seems to be... their 4000 series review was like 7 games. It was 7 games, and half the review was on power draw and noise, and that was pretty much it. And that's not really, yeah, not what I was looking for. Gamers Nexus filled in the... Hardware Unboxed filled in the bubble on that.
Additionally, EVGA abandoned its NVIDIA partnership at probably the right time because the Founders Edition card is actually shaping up to be extremely competitive in all the places that partners normally are. And partner models typically have far superior thermals to what NVIDIA puts out, which makes them much more desirable. We basically always said, skip the NVIDIA model, buy a partner model instead. And this is a video looking at maybe there was more to EVGA getting out of it early, and also specifically looking at the Schlieren imaging results of this for airflow patterns, looking at the pressure maps of it, the flatness testing of the 4090 FE cooler, frequency behavior, and we'll also be exploring noise, even when it's uncharacteristically bad. So let's get into some deeper dive testing on everything about the 4090 FE cooler and see how it starts shaping up against the partner models we'll look at next. Before that, this video is brought to you by Squarespace. We use Squarespace for our own GN store and juggle comp. Included. Why, man? First, though, we need to address Corsair saying that our results are, quote, total bullshit, relating to the 4 cable adapter where it goes 4 8-pins to 1 12-pin for the FE card specifically. We're talking about NVIDIA's adapter where, for some context, in our video, we said that if you plug in, and just spoiler alert, we were right, if you plug in 3 8-pins to this thing, you're capped at 100% power target, meaning you can't add additional power through the stock.
We're talking about this.
Overclocking.
He said it's a
And then
smart
we said if
adapter.
you
It's
plug in
not.
the 4th one, you get 133%. So you get a 33%
Because you probably could
overhead,
use
additional power you can push into the card
an adapter, and it
increase
wouldn't be able to tell the
clock. This is
difference. It's
really
just
basic
checking for
overclocking
voltage on
stuff.
rails.
The way
or on,
it works, there is not
pins.
some, to quote Corsair, magical 600-watt unlock. It's just how overclocking works. And, well, I'll read the quote first. Corsair said the following publicly of our testing, quote, question, has anyone else seen the misinformation about the sense pins and the magical 600-watt unlock from anyone other than Gamers Nexus and Guru 3D, or is it just those 2 sites? I need to throw NVIDIA a couple links showing them how confused users and the press are about their smart sense pins. Total bullshit, and they don't even realize it. Yes, the adapter has 2 sense wires. Yes, the card works with only 1 sense wire attached. It's because it's a 450 watt card. It's not because it has the ability to be unlocked requiring the second sense wire. Now, the reason we're addressing this publicly is because now you have a representative of a company publicly stating that our
Slander
information is misinformation.
Slander.
While that representative is now spreading misinformation. They're doing the opposite of what they want to do. That's gonna come full circle, and you're gonna have videos that are actually filled with misinformation because the misinformation came from a trusted source at a company that makes power supplies and cables. So, to be very clear, our information was correct. Corsairs is wrong, but let's talk about why and demonstrate it. So first of all, addressing Corsair's representative's quote about the video card not knowing how many cables are connected, instead of me telling you that's wrong, and actually it does, let's talk to NVIDIA's Chi Lin, who is the product manager of the GeForce cards and was formerly an engineer at NVIDIA before being promoted. Here you go.
There are these sideband signals, and the sideband signals are important for this in this new spec because they tell the card or the load how much current that your connection is able to support. And without these sideband signals, the card doesn't know what's safe to pull.
Okay.
And so these signals, being configured correctly, will tell the card, oh, this is able to, the upstream is able to.
It's a sense pin.
Either 150
It's
watts,
not a
300 watts, 450
sideband
watts.
signal. He makes it sound smart, and Steve makes it sound smart. So there's an in-between here, which is you could 100% just totally plug in 6. You could go from 4 6-pin adapters down to 1, and the card probably would not be able to tell the difference because it's dumb. It might sense the voltage. Each one of those pins might go to one of the wires and senses the voltage from the incoming wire, right? But at the end of the day, it's not going to be able to be like, hey, and it would be able to tell, by the way, whether or not one's plugged in or not. But at the end of the day, it's not like, hey guys, oh my God, this is almost identical voltage from this other wire. Therefore, they must be plugged into the same adapter. So yeah, there's an in-between here, which is, I don't think Gamers Nexus was correct, but also the Corsair guy isn't right either. Because the Gamer Nexus guys was stating that they're smart. It's a smart connector, like there's a chip on it or something that's sensing it. It's not the way it works.
We have an IC in here that interprets
There is a chip.
the number of connections that are plugged in,
Oh,
and will tell the
interesting.
card
Okay.
downstream.
There's
hey,
no-
I have 3
there's no
connections
fucking
plugged
way
in,
there's a
which
chip
means
on
you
it.
can draw 450 watts, or I have 4 connections all fully plugged in, and you can draw 600.
Now, that's from an upcoming video of ours. You will definitely want to check it out. Super interesting. It's
Not
got a lot of
released yet.
engineering topics in it on both power and thermal.
There's no way
And
there's a
Malcolm
fucking
from
chip.
the
Does
thermal
anyone actually
engineering
crack
team
one
comes
open and
back
see
to
if there's
that
a
one as
chip
well.
on it?
That's a different topic. You know what would be easier? Let's take the camera off the tripod and just do an actual demonstration of what's happening.
Like, has he actually
here.
chopped it in half?
So
Someone
here's
has to
this
chop it in
bench
half at this point.
Behind me. Here's a 49.
My guess is there's 4 pins there, guys, and each one goes to one of the hots off of each one of the wires, which would be a way of telling whether or not there's something plugged into it, right? Older video cards, when they had the two 6-pins to an 8-pin adapter, what would happen is, in order to convey to the video card, what they would do is the hot pins from the 6-pin adapter would not always go to all the hot pins on the 8-pin on the video card. So you'd have like 2 hot pins from one side and then a hot pin from another side or something like that. So you'd be able to tell whether or not one's not plugged in, because you could just, figure out which one of the wires are connected or not.
There's no magic tricks. There's not another card behind it. There's no strings. And you can see there's 1 cable connected, 2 cables connected, and 3. We are missing the 4th cable. I've disconnected it. However, the display is on. So if we now launch some overclocking software, we'll get a close-up of this and show you that the power target in the top right stops at 100. It cannot be slid past 100%. So you can see it adjusting down, but we can't drag it any further to the right. Okay, now for that demo, let's shut this down.
Is he going to do multiple different ones?
Now what we're going to do is show you what in our testing revealed that extra 33%.
Why 4
There's not,
connectors?
again, an unlock
Because I think the connector's rated up to 1,000 watts, and each power connector is rated for 250 or 200, I believe.
of stock power or anything.
Either 800
It's just
or
an unlock
1,000
of the
units.
overclocking limit through vBIOS via the IC. So let's get this booted. Okay, so now it's back into Windows. Just to show you, there's no magic tricks here. We've got all 4 cables plugged into the 4090. If we look at precision over here, you can see that we now have a power offset of an additional 33%. So we can go to 133. That doesn't mean that stock you're going to pull 600 watts, and that's not ever how it works. But what it actually means is that you can go up to about 666 or so, 0.6 in our testing, yes, specifically, if you increase this all the way and you start overclocking it. But it does not change the stock power consumption if you just leave it at 100% power. So, okay, enough of the practical demonstration. Let's go back to the topic at hand and get the desk back in here. It's a little easier to host that way. So, anyway, enough of that. The misinformation, reporting misinformation, was greatly exaggerated and was actually misinformed. So
I'd be curious if
anyway,
there's actually a
link
chip
back
in
to
there,
the original
like the guy
topic of
said.
this video.
So if there's a chip in there, there'd be like a bulge or something, or it would be bigger than the connector currently is because you have to have wiring to the chip itself, right? So my guess is there isn't a data chip in that cable, and it's just a dumb connector with sense pins on it.
NVIDIA is now doing one more thing in addition to its improvements to
Chop
the
it open,
coolers
Steve.
that
Chop
sort
it
of
open.
puts it in an advantaged position versus partners, which isn't unexpected.
Because
when you are
4
the
sense pins would make a
supplier
lot
of the
more
thing.
sense than
You're going to
having
have first mover
chips built into the
advantage.
cables, which would add cost to it. Even though the guy said that, I don't think that's necessarily the case because it would add cost to the cable. Each one of these cables would be much more expensive, right? So, yeah, no. And maybe it's used for data because on the PCI we saw yesterday, 2 days ago when we looked at it, we saw that on the PCIe 5.0 power supplies, there's 4 pins on it too. So the 4 pins on the video card interface with the power supply. And that definitely could be used for a data connection between the power supply and the cable itself. I'm going to go wash on my coffee cup, guys. I will be right back. And we'll keep watching this. 1 second, guys. And take a piss, too. Okay. Not that kind of bathroom. Overwatch does not make me regular like Dead by Daylight does. Something about having a bunch of borderline, like, homicidal people that are spoiled and entitled constantly just railing on you and just, I guess, just hurts your stress levels.
Before anyone else. But you can also do cool stuff
Anxiety.
because you have more access with engineering tools than anyone else.
Although Dead by
we're
Daylight
getting
doesn't really
a
do that to
point
me anymore.
where down to the cable, there are unique potential benefits, or at least behaviors, is maybe more accurate, of the NVIDIA design. You can see why partners like EVGA would start to get frustrated and maybe abandon the market if they feel like the margin's not good enough. But
It's totally
NVIDIA hasn't
EVGA
chewed away,
abandoned the market because of crypto.
all of the sales
100%
yet,
because of
clearly,
crypto.
because the FE cards are still relatively low volume worldwide.
Because
It's just
crypto-
something we want to point out that it's kind of interesting to see the company.
The dam hasn't broken yet, guys. It's getting there. It is getting there. They're already hurting because their first month of power bill is come due and they realize it's not getting better. GeForce 3080. We're $500 for the last 3 months. And I said $200 3080s in 1 to 2 months after the merge. Let's see. We're at Parts. Australia, that's $400. Parts, $480. We've seen a couple. I saw one for $475 2 days ago when we last checked. They're starting to bridge $500, guys. Not quite there. I said 1 to 2 months, and we are now at 1 month, so we'll see. It takes a little bit for it to set in, for the delusion to set in and realize that they basically are just mining coins negative.
That has all the tools to connect the card to the GPU, actually leveraging them. Because NVIDIA historically hasn't made use fully of the tools that it has access to. Okay, with that out of the way, one more quick discussion point from the community. So this is on Cyberpunk results. We had some comments saying that our numbers don't match LTT's numbers on Cyberpunk 2077.
I wouldn't believe anything
where
from LTT.
LTT saw a 300% increase from the 3090 Ti to the RTX 4090, and we only saw in the range of 72, 75% increase. So we saw a couple people suggest our tests were CPU bottlenecked, which is actually not the case. Our tests were not CPU bottlenecked until 1080p. But at 1440p and at 4K,
we've talked a little bit about their CPU bottlenecks with CPU,
and,
or GPU bottlenecks with CPU tests.
LTT has since issued a correction. It's retested the 4090. It published the new findings in its comments section. But just to help the reviewer community sort of avoid this in the future, there is a bug in Cyberpunk that we found where if you use the presets in Cyberpunk, and you just, actually this will help everyone, not just reviewers, because if you play the game, you should know this too. If you use the presets and you apply them, sometimes those presets do not apply. It looks like they do, but then if you exit the menu and you load the game, at least if you're aware of what it should look like, you can start to see like, that texture's not really the right resolution, the LED scaling's kind of wrong for that object, stuff like that. And the solution seems to be, at least for us, the solution is to manually set the settings rather than use the preset. Even if you set all the same settings as in the preset, sometimes it just doesn't work when you use the preset. So that's the fix for that. If anyone out there in our audience is having that weird issue where your performance basically like doubles, even though you've maybe increased the graphic settings, try manually setting it. That should fix it, and the game will look better as a result. Also, this is just a fantastic reminder that this kind of stuff happens a lot, and it happens to all of us. It's just a matter of trying to catch it before publishing.
LTT is not where you go for benchmarking results, guys. Just throwing that out there. There's a lot of tech tubers you don't go to for benchmark results.
Bad data and accidentally publish it.
LTT is more of entertainment venue rather than hardware review.
Let's get into some of the cool stuff.
Tubers?
Schlieren Imaging is up first. Okay, now we're gonna do Schlieren Imaging. So for this setup, we're actually using our sound booth that we have, but it is for imaging the airflow density change of the air as it moves around the video card. It's the device under test.
He's watching my videos, guys. I said he literally should just build a room around it.
It almost looks like you're seeing the air, but what you're actually seeing is the density change around the product that we're testing. So the way this works
because he was talking about how he adjusted everything to like the exact temperatures and shit like that for temperatures, for his case temps and shit like that. And I was just like, yeah, that's like saying you have a wind tunnel and then not building a wind tunnel and you just have it in a room because you shut the doors or something like that. You shut the doors in a room, it's not a wind tunnel. You either you purposely build a room like a wind tunnel, or it's not a wind tunnel, right?
An imaging side,
especially when you're going to all that work to make sure everything's exact in the first place.
Care to set up accurately. We use a camera here. We use a razor blade that is used to. This sounds like bullshit, but you use it to cut the light in half. And yes, that it is a sharp object. Sharp objects cut things. Just trust me. There's a light here.
Never trust anyone that says just trust them online, ever.
I think this is from a soda can.
This is legit though. They do this for super high refresh rate frame rates too, like when they capture bullets and stuff like that in the air, which is actually very cool.
On this thing, and if you look at the razor blade right here, you can actually see
like an ultra high speed camera. If you ever see some of the railgun footage from the Navy testing out their railguns is actually really cool. They aren't on ships or anything, but testing out railguns, and they have cameras set up to perfectly catch the object while it's like flying through the air at like hypersonic speeds, like 8,000 miles per hour or something. It's insane.
Tiny pin of light. That's what we're shooting at the lens, and then the light is going down to the mirror. It's hitting the focal point, coming back, and what that does is as it gets back here, it allows us to see that sort of really nice.
I wonder how you're
black
supposed to
and
clean
white
them,
image.
clean that mirror.
We can color it too if we use some.
Any sort of
gels
dust
for,
would fuck this up, right?
filtering. And for the computer side, I'm gonna let Patrick explain that because
Patrick.
he set up the computer here. So Patrick, I don't know. Okay.
Hey, Patrick.
That was better than expected. We did not practice that. I will let Patrick explain how he set up the computer.
So Steve asked me to just import our GPU test bench into this room. The biggest concern here is that we don't want anything in between the camera and the device under test, which includes cables, the computer, and any hot air coming out of the computer, because that'll interfere with the image. So what I did here was, Steve had the GPU positioned here on some standoffs. That's good. We have clearance above and below. And on the one side, we've got power cables stretched out, trying to keep them out of the path of, out of the line of sight for airflow. We've got a
Saw a cameraman briefly.
gigabyte power supply here. This isn't actually plugged into anything. This is just to keep the cables propped up here. It's safe. It's not connected to power. Don't worry. The actual power supply is down here, as is the
Enough of
rest
this.
of the bench.
Run a thermal load. The true thermal testing was done with this card in actually a different room entirely. And the density, the air movement testing, the airflow testing that we're doing here, that's going to be done by adjusting the fan speeds manually, setting a thermal load to create heat, because the hotter it is, the air is, the more we can see that movement around the card. So that's what we're going to test now. Let's look at the results. So the first shot is easy to understand. In this one, we have the I/O on the rear of the card.
Well, this is cool. I don't know how much this is actually worth watching.
This will allow us to see how the air moves at the back of the comes down, it hits the vapor chamber, it hits the heat pipes, which helps a little bit with dissipation.
Like they're trying to tear about a card, but like what do these results actually mean?
And some
Are they
going to
be helpful?
Here in these diagonally cut and actually much thicker fins as well, with a lower fin density but a much larger fin thickness. If you look at these,
because basically it just comes down to testing temps, and that's pretty much it.
A wall here, just like
it doesn't matter how much you pick at the card.
There's a bit of a wall at the very top, so any air entering it is going to go
test
down into that lower
name,
chamber.
map,
And that's it. And
noise
that lower
testing.
chamber comes all the way out the other side here. However, there's whatever's next in the video. Now it's time to test the frequency. This will give us key insights to the thermal and power behavior of the NVIDIA.
They put a lot of work
card
into that, but I don't
specifically
really see
because
the
NVIDIA's
usefulness
card
of that.
will boost first to a power target or a power budget, and then to a thermal budget.
Like, because they aren't designing coolers, and as such, they don't really need to try to improve the cooler. It doesn't really change anything.
Already on here. The frequency starts at a maximum of 2775 megahertz, shedding only 30 megahertz as the temperature ramps. The frequency line here is shockingly consistent and something we typically only see from partners. Flatter lines like this indicate that the power budget isn't getting fully peaked and causing a pullback in the boost behavior, which we don't normally see on NVIDIA's stock cards. Normally, we see more of a reduction over the test period and more frequent up and down spikes. So that NVIDIA is maintaining a pretty flat 2745 megahertz here is taking one other key aspect that partners have provided value in the past, which is just getting that more consistent line because of their advantaged thermal. So the main performance cap now is actually voltage, not power budget or thermal budget. So wrapping all this up, partners 100% can still provide value. We want to be really clear about that. We still are testing partner cards.
More curious about the 4-pin connector and whether or not it's smart or not, and it's not. Okay. The magic of sulfur. Ah, yes. Sulfur. Okay. Enough of that. And hopefully, I think I might have irritated my Achilles tendon, which is why this is popping up, because I do water rowing, and I can't row right now, which is making me kind of upset. Water rowing is actually supposed to be pretty good on your Achilles tendon too, which kind of sucks. Maybe I could bike. Maybe I can bike instead, guys. Maybe I can bike, and no. Biking's actually worse for your Achilles tendon. That's obviously on the back of your heel. If you guys are curious about that. Okay. Let's do our upload here, then do our Reddits. Full stream, talk about cheating. Circle, October 12th. All right, that's uploading. Let's take a look at the Reddits. Server issues. Okay. Voting card screen? You mean they already had one? I don't know why you're designing a new one, but you know, I guess they could just put it back in the game. Very low comp rankings were apparently a bug and not a feature. I heard that as well. How do I counter Moira? You kill her. Just click heads, man. Please bring alternate times a day. Maybe. Terrible, awful launch. It wasn't. Nice upvote farming, though. I mean, I played Overwatch 2, what, 3 days? Oh, maybe it was like 4 days, 5 days after launch, and got in perfectly fine. AMD Reddits. You got trolled with user benchmark results. Yep. User benchmark is a terrible website, by the way. They're very, very Intel biased and not in a meme sort of way. They literally just lie about results. And a lot of people visit it. DBD Reddits now. And we're taking a break from dibs. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have as much highlightable material in Overwatch. It's more of just grinding, doing more of the same, and basically the same way. Maybe you'll get a team wipe someday. Add it in here. Alrighty, guys. Let's play some Overwatch, shall we? We're still doing quick play, guys, because I'm definitely not back up to snuff yet. Oh my god. Haunted by Daylight? Oh! Oh! Why not Haunted Daylight? Oh! I clicked the wrong game, guys. Impulses. You're not playing Dead by Daylight. Can't click through it. I gotta watch this. This isn't gonna change my opinion. This isn't gonna change my opinion, BHVR. Is this supposed to be a new killer? Yeah. Ah, maybe that was the guy in the chair. Okay. Okay. Stuff and things. Right. Goodbye, Dead by Daylight. Bye-bye! Definitely be more interested in Dead by Daylight once they fix the cheating, or start tackling the cheating issues in that game. I think that's probably one of the biggest things that tired me out enough to try Overwatch, guys, is the cheating in the game. Like even we've gotten some questionable people in Overwatch 2, but it's not like every fucking game. It was like we had like 2 people yesterday, so it's like every 5 games, 6 games. And it's more so at higher MMR, or obviously at like higher ranks, because we're still around Diamond and Gold based on player stats that we're looking at. Changed an option the other day is camera shake. Reduced camera shake.
Welcome to Hollywood. Strike from above.
I don't know why the options menu takes so long to load. Ew.
Come in. Ooh, I live for this. Happy holidays.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
The eye will not fail. The hand will not flinch. I will break you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Acknowledge. Attack. I will not waste this opportunity. Capture objective A.
That's not where we wanted to go.
Excellent team.
That's not good. Now she's separated. She's a moron. Gotta kill that Pharah. Gotta kill that Pharah diva. Once again, they don't do shit like that at high MMR or higher ranks because they know that basically they're just gonna get fucked on. Same McCree. Okay.
Shake it off. Positioning. I knew it. High power. Aerial positioning underway.
Wrong way. That's unfortunate. I wasn't close enough to her to kill her. Good.
My mistake. Making another approach.
Like figuring out an entry point again. No. Okay. Okay.
Excellent teamwork. Establishing area position. Concussive out.
And then a headshot.
Sorry. All systems nominal. Taking to the air at will. Nerf this. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Thanks for the assist.
I think they reduced the blast radius on Pharah's rockets.
60 seconds remaining.
Fucking squirrely as shit. Oh my god! What the fuck timing is that? This is a good practice.
30 seconds.
No time. Let's get it done. Getting up. Aerial positioning underway.
I don't know where it is. It's in the open.
10 seconds remaining.
Nerf this. Let's show him some air power. Taking off.
Christ. God, fucking Mercy's hard to hit too. Like, dealing with this, she's like flying around above with the heal beam. There we go. Here's a Hanzo? Hey, there we go. That's better. The fucking diva doesn't even know what the fuck she's doing, so you can't like predict whether or not she's gonna be on the ground or in the air. Like the last time we ulted the diva, she just like flew up in the air, but it wasn't because of me. She's flying like right as I dropped down to Q, she just flew up in the air. It's like randomly. They've definitely made Mercy more annoying. She like flies easier than she used to. She used to only fly when she was on her Hey buddy. He's like literally right on spawn. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. What the fuck's even going on here? Nope. So he just randomly rolled backwards off to the side? Ah, control. Randomly rolled off to the side, unrelated to me, when I went into Q. It's like one of the biggest problems with like low MMR, just like consistency of players. Obviously I'm not really great either, that's not helping things. And back in spawn. Beat the tank, but we didn't catch up to the other DPS. Those guys are fucking angry. They already left. Oh, dude, the fucking like, prior to last time I played Overwatch, guys, the hit scan DPS has like this chip on their shoulder about Pharahs. Like, it is their god-given task to kill Pharahs, and like they jack off. It's like Survivors, and they jack off all the time to it until they lose, and then they just get like flip the fuck out. We had guys yesterday that were angry because I wasn't a good enough Pharah, but we still beat them. Yeah, when they're playing like double hit scan. And just... You always run into hit scan! There's like 2/3 of the DPS is hit scan. There's never a time at high MMR where you're not playing against hit scan. Let's take a look at ranks. Fucking hitting Pharah. Something feels off about my shots, like I shoot through people. I remember that being an issue before, but... That's, That's plat or silver. Who's the guy that... Plat? Also seems, I swear to God, it seems like lower ranks are better at shooting people now. Like, we didn't have, I never used to have problems with plats as Pharah. But also could be, but I'm just not very good. My shots, guys, it feels like I don't know what's going on, but my shots definitely do not feel normal. I don't know what it is. Learning experience, that might have something to do with the fire, the subframe firing option. I might try turning that off. Something feels off. Latency's on. I mean, I could do what the kids do and cap my FPS to like 239 too. Hey, Esperanza!
Select your hero.
Try capping my FPS to 238. So FSR is on constantly. There it is. Doesn't fucking work properly. You can see it going over the FPS cap. Oh my god, Blizzard! I guess it means I have to use an FPS cap. Yeah, that's broken.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
We will be the lightning that rides the storm.
Like, even though...
5.
This is fucking weird. Even though, like, I'm spinning like this, it's almost, like, indecipherable.
Objective unlocks in 30
I'm having problems seeing people in motion, too. Like, when I spin my camera, I have a 240 hertz monitor, and it doesn't feel like it's 240 hertz.
Increasing output.
Something's going on. Maybe we'll mess around with this. Yeah, like, and, like, she's not super amazing. She's not like the fucking, the robot bitch. She's not like the robot bitch. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Oh my god! I'm hitting shots! What's going on? What did I change? Did I change anything? I just killed their whole team. What the fuck just happened? I didn't change anything, did I? I just turned on FPS cap and turned it off. What? Suck my dick, Diva. Also, fucking Mercies are so fucking annoying now. Like, she used to only have, She used to only be annoying when she was ulting. And now she's just like always fucking annoying. Like her fly ability is just super amazing compared to what it used to be. And it looks like their team's rage quitting. That's unfortunate. Because it's quick play, there's no... Okay, again. Figuring out what I can ski on here too. There we go.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Robots pushing. I see an enemy. Let the Kitsune guide you. I don't think so.
I'm Korean. Basement. I need to change it to my F key. I don't know what my F key is, but it feels like it should be my my point out stuff. There's Sojourner, which is... People have like problems with all different sorts of heroes in the game, but I definitely think good Sojourners are gonna be fucking ridiculous. Bye. I don't know how far or close you need to be in order to... oh, there's a Me Too Pharah. I don't know how close you need to be to push the robot. I really wish there was like some sort of indicator when you're in range of the robot or payload or something so you have an idea. Like with the payload you can see it, with the robot I don't know exactly what's going on with it yet. Nope. There. Everyone just running away.
Thanks for the assist.
There's a lot of Mercy players though. I don't know if it's just the MMR we're playing at right now. That's not good. Yeah. Too close to the ground, guys, or too close to the ledge. Also not in the right spot. Where's the robot? Yeah. Well, this will give me a good idea of how close I need to be to escort it. I could do it from there, right? Yeah.
Escorting the robots.
My ultimate
Establishing aerial position. Let the Kitsune guide you.
No!
Now. When I'm hitting my shot, you can't touch me. Robots ours.
activating self-destruct sequence.
It's our turn. Let's push forward. Dispersing. And you
Nope. Oh no! Where'd they all go? They were all there, and then right when I reached the ground, they just like dispersed. Like they didn't know I was there. They didn't know I was there, and then they just ran away.
okay, my head.
Like when you play against, just like with any game, guys, when you play against people that are good at the game, they become predictable.
Up and away.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know if they knocked her off or not. Yeah. They just took our, Jesus Christ. There's definitely something going on with my monitor. I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay, Mercy. There we go.
Airspace is clear. They took the robot. We need to attack.
You've been holding back on me.
In the air, escorting the robot.
That is Sojourner. Gonna hit me in the face with a fucking laser at some point here.
Enemy here. It's a skill issue.
I see an enemy.
Fucking cow again.
This ends now.
Didn't do that in time.
Moving with the robot. I will not waste this opportunity.
There's definitely something going. I don't remember my monitor being this blurry, guys. Like, just looking around like that, I can. Whoop! Nope. That's not where we want to be. Literally a widow just like looking directly out at me. Yeah.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Thank you.
I continue on this path.
My ultimate is ready.
They like half the voice binds are in one menu and the other half of the voice binds are in the other menu.
2 minutes remaining.
Repulsion. Thanks for the assist.
No, that's not gonna go. That's the tank.
I don't think so. They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
I just got jump shot. I think one thing they need to remove from Sojourner, this is not even Sojourner that killed me, is they need to remove headshots from her railgun.
Underway.
Because she can like insta-give people, like
Thanks for the
Widowmaker,
assist.
with her alternate attack.
60 seconds remaining.
Fight.
Enemy getting
Oh,
up.
that's not where we want to be. No. I just made it easy and I ran out of jets. No.
Okay, my head's in the game. Establishing aerial position.
30 seconds remaining.
Heroes never die. Over there. Let the kitsune guide you.
What?
Robots ours.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
There you go.
This round goes to me.
Good ultimate diva. Beat the other DPS, didn't beat the tank. And didn't beat the... Oh my god, it's me, guys! And it's not an ultimate, though. This is at the beginning of the game where I was just fucking hitting all my shots. This is hilarious. Oh my god, endorsements! Yay! Something's going on with my, my monitor, though. Like, how the fuck do you go to the... There's an easy way to do this, right? I'm still in queue. Like a while you wait a minute. Okay.
Welcome to Jungle. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Something feels off when I'm spinning my monitor. I'm getting a lot more FPS than I used to. But definitely something, it feels like a blurry mess when I'm moving my aim around like this, doing a circle. Hey Turbo, I'm a sharpshooter, thank you! Even though I'm not playing hit skin. I'm pretty sure at one point I seem to remember them nerfing the blast radius on Farah's missiles, and I think that might be part of it.
Strike.
Then I lost my stats. I can't even look at them. Like doing this looks blurrier than very blurry than what it used to.
No, I am Reinhard Wilhelm, the one with the hammer and shield.
Yeah,
But
like that's
not the
pretty
wrong
that's
Sure.
pretty fucking bad. It's 240.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
That looks fucking horrible.
I thought my time in the field was done. But I guess you can't predict everything.
I think we need to leave for a bit.
4,
I need to go into training. No, not that. Take a peek real quick here.
Strike from above.
Like, I borderline... This is very garbleish when I'm doing this. Shouldn't be. Maybe at one point, one of my settings got fucked up. Okay, let's try capping FPS. Below my V-Sync. Or my FreeSync, excuse me. And 240 is too high because it goes over. Let's do 220. What's going on here, guys? Like, I can't... I can barely... When I'm doing this, I can barely make out the health bars and shit. Super stutters in here? No. I'll get my 0.1%. It's actually really good. Video card's not the problem. I got a new cable and I changed it out. Maybe I should go back to my old one and see if... Shouldn't. It's actually a better cable. I got that a couple months ago. It's for like 8K at like 120 FPS or so, 120 hertz. Something's going on here, guys. I literally can... It was never this bad before when I'm moving around. Like, it's not even a little bit. This is horrid. I don't have a good way of showing this to you guys, and obviously you guys are looking at 60 FPS. We're gonna leave a captain game. Let's see. Watch blurry. Turn off dynamic render scale. I already turned it off. That would be your texture quality. Turn off FSR. I'm pretty sure I do not have... Huh? FSR is AMD. I don't have DLSS on. On. Pretty bad for 240 hertz monitor. Wonder if my monitor just went to shit. I didn't even think that was possible. When did I get my current monitor? I definitely got it when I was playing Overwatch, wasn't it? No. Check my Maybe I got this modder after I quit Overwatch. Pretty sure I checked it in Overwatch though when I got it. Like 2019, I think, when I got the modder. I had my PG258Q, which is 240 hertz when I played this game. 2019. I believe that was definitely after I quit playing Overwatch. So maybe my modder is just garbage. That's kind of funny. No, I maybe it could have changed, but check my settings. Like, when I bought my modder, I actually looked into it. Like, it wasn't just like an impulse buy. It was supposed to be better than my old modder, and I'm very certain it was better than my old modder, but it doesn't feel that way. Obviously, I'm older, and it's entirely possible that it's just all my head or whatever. Game definitely never used to look that bad. I guess I still have my 144 hertz modder right next to me. Uh, like it is, when I'm in close quarters with people, guys, it is very difficult to make out whatever the fuck's happening around me, little and track targets. And once again, I'm getting kind of old, guys, but I don't think that's completely what's going on here. I remember when I was doing, like, I'd do wiggles like this, I could actually almost read people's names, and there's no way. I can barely see their health bars when I'm doing this shit. And I could almost read their names. There's no way. It's just literally just like a fucking blurry mess. Yeah. I can't use the HDMI on it. That's another option, because I only have one HDMI port on my video card, and it's used for my capture card. It almost feels like there's a different panel in here. The FreeSync's working. I can see it in the top right. I just turned it on to my monitor, where it shows you real time the refresh rate the monitor's operating at. Working. I literally have... like, I noticed this right away when I was playing the game, but I didn't talk about it because I thought, is this where I'm, like, her 4th day at this point, 3rd day of playing this game? And at this point, like, I should be used to fast motion at this point, and this does not look right. Let me check my, this obviously isn't going to work properly because it's not on. I was gonna break things. We're gonna do this though. Move it to my side monitor, and you guys should stare at my desktop. Try restarting the game. First, because I just fucked with the monitor. It's gonna bug me, guys. This is definitely bugging me. My side monitor is at 120 hertz too. It's not at 144. Sometimes if you have games on your secondary display, they don't even work right. They don't work nearly as well as they do on your primary.
Strike from above.
Not much better, but I would say this actually looks better on my secondary monitor. Still looks like something's fucked up. Yeah. I can kind of read their names now. Just about as fucked up as my primary monitor. I think there's something else that's going on here. One moment, please. I know this is what you guys watch me for. Okay, we're gonna do a couple things here for troubleshooting. I did turn on full screen optimizations, which normally helps. Right, EXE, right? I'll find out here in a second. I'm going to try setting my monitor to 60 hertz and see if it's still fucked up. It very much feels like the monitor or whatever the game's running at is 60 hertz, not 240. Alrighty. But once again, I got this monitor after my primary monitor, after my PG250Q, and generally it was better.
Strike from above.
This not right. Not right at all. Still looks about the same. Oh, that just looks fucking terrible too. change my... This... Getting old? Maybe. I can't process. The picture kind of looks clearer, but more... it's the difference was... It feels like it's something else is going on here. Like, I don't know. You can definitely tell that it's 60 hertz. This just looks really fucking blurry. Overwatch 2 blurry graphics. Dynamic resolution, it's already off. Sharpening isn't... It's a motion clarity thing. It's not like me staring at the image. The image looks fine when I'm looking at it, not moving it at all. Movement makes the game blurry. Great on boost. That's not for me. Like, it's borderline like I can't really make out what I'm looking at when I'm moving really fast. Getting old, guys. Getting old. For some reason, that makes the names easier to read. FPS is lower. Like, I shouldn't have any screen tearing when it's operating at max. Under 240 FPS because of... All right, let's do some trials. It was not full screen optimizations. Oh. Turn off FreeSync. Actually, first off, guys, I'm going to make you guys stare at a blank desktop here. I'm going to unhook my monitor. $258 QE? I don't have it anymore. I sold it. It's not an option. It's gone. It's been gone for years. Porn? Ah, you guys get to look at moose. At the mooses. Ah, yes, the mooses, guys. Okay. Let me start my game here. So I'm going through components right now. Uncloned my monitor.
Strike from above.
Oh, this definitely feels different.
Establishing aerial position.
That could have been full screen optimizations. Oh. Got it. Next option. And disable FreeSync. That did a bunch of things. Okay. All right. Again.
from above. Taken down.
It didn't do anything. Hmm. I'm gonna switch back to my old cable, guys, that I've been using before. Here, let me put on music too. We are doing troubleshooting. I gotta take a piss, guys. Be right back. That's not a 8K cable, it's a 16K cable. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Good thing you're way over here, NVIDIA. I'm not exactly sure how that helps me. Bunch of shit over here. What the fuck's going on? Yeah. Much appreciate. $40, $240, $120. Mabel. Pretty easy for me to see this, like when I'm watching you go across the screen. There must be something between the game. Go. All right.
Strike from above. Establishing aerial position.
Change anything?
Swish. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double the
Can't disable that one. You can't destroy the rail, guys.
Justice served. Double kill.
Yeah, this still doesn't look the same. I don't know what it is. Don't know, guys. And reducing my FPS below cap to keep FreeSync on doesn't change anything. Like when I do this, I can keep track. I can perfectly keep track of the UFO on the screen. Makes me think it's not a modder thing. I think this is an Overwatch thing. Turning your cable, I don't think did anything.
strike from above. Maximum impact.
Alright, let's fuck with some options here. Yeah, we already tried. Like, I'm getting 5 billion FPS, so this shouldn't be the issue, right? This should not be the issue at all. It might be ambient occlusion. I don't know why it's set to medium.
Strike
Oh,
from
Jesus
above.
Christ, the fuck's going on with my aim? Double vision blur effect. Monitor's too slow. Does not blur. Blur per object. There's someone that's saying that motion blur should just be... The fuckers from the snake oil believers are coming out. Website that makes the UFO test motion, and people are saying now that they want to have more motion blur. Yeah, snake oil talker. Let's see. Fucking guy. Okay. That was not the option. That's set to medium? I have no idea. But, go back to medium. I don't know, guys. This definitely never used to look this blurry.
Strike from above.
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have a bad... I don't know. Like, I'm actually debating on whether or not I want to take, like, a high frame rate video just to see if it looks this way in the source material. I mean, doing something like this should make you feel nauseated in the first place, but it looks like, honestly, this feels like blurry than normal. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm getting like 500 FPS. It shouldn't look this way. Definitely looks worse than it used to. Also, photosensitive, seizure warning, whatever, guys. And before I make my chat vomit. Oh. I couldn't. Obviously, I need to. I can't stream while I'm doing high refresh rate video. I'd have to wait until after the stream's done to do it. But I can. I've done it before. I can capture with my graphics card. My capture card. Yeah, it feels like when I do this, like, it's just, like, garbled, completely garbled. Like, I have a shit monitor, but we just did the UFO test. I have a shit monitor, and generally never used to look this way. And quality settings don't change anything. Messed around with the NVIDIA control panel. Dissects Overwatch? Yeah. I don't know. Like, normally people would just go, oh, you have a shit monitor, which, I mean, maybe. But I had a PG250AQ, which is another 240 Hz monitor before this one, and I was pretty sure this is an upgrade from the PG250AQ, which I used when I was playing Overwatch. Images honestly are not moving that fast. This is all Overwatch. Can I see your settings? Sure. I mean, if you have the same computer as me, have the same eyeballs as me, use your phone and take a screenshot. Or actually, you don't need a screenshot. You can literally just replay the stream and then stop it. Important ones that you have to do that are buggy, by the way, is... where are they? You have to turn off dynamic render scale. You have to turn this to off. Custom at 100%. Turn off... Upsampling. Upsampling, you have to turn this to default. You also want to turn off camera shake to reduce, HUD shake to off, and reduce mouse movement, menu movement to on. And then also in controls, this is a big one because apparently it leaks over. You have to come into controller and change aim smoothing to 0% because it leaks over to mouse and keyboard for what. I don't know if they fixed it or not already, but yeah, this. Generic advice about solving screen tearing. Which shouldn't even be a problem because I have a FreeSync modder. Turn on VSync. FreeSync already have it. Try that. I used to play with fast sync on. I have to check that to make sure I'm actually doing the right EXE too. I haven't done that. What the fuck, guys? Yeah, I thought, like, because I just came back to the game, I thought maybe my eyes just can't keep up with, like, fast-paced shit. I don't think that's what's going on. I think something else is happening here. I think something changed since when I last played. Either on my end or Blizzard's, the engine, something's going on here.
Strike from above.
Right. Hmm. Like, digging through my memories, I remember there being a reduced buffering bug where you had to turn it off and on. It's actually better. Not by much, but it's better, I think. But it shouldn't be, because I capped at 240 before and didn't really change much of anything. Maybe. I was also thinking of capping an NVIDIA control panel. I used to use fast, though. To fix the problem, lower the in-game settings. Oh, okay, I'll get right on that. Yeah, I think we're about done with tweaking. I don't think there's anything I can do here. This is either my monitor or it's the game engine, and it's nothing I can do about it. It means it just looks like shit on everyone's screen.
Strike from above. Taking off.
No.
Taking to the air. Blasted.
Ah!
Touch the sky.
Alright. Well, I don't think we accomplished anything here. That's unfortunate. Maybe I should try restarting my computer. Why not? Why not, guys? Why don't I try restarting my computer and just see what the fuck happens? When in doubt, just restart your computer. When in doubt, restart out. My computer in general seems to have like a performance degradation thing over time. I don't think it should matter at all. I think I restarted it like 7 days ago or something. Yeah. I have better internet than I used to, too. Yeah, I guess I'm dropping frames right now for some reason. Crazy decided I need to install new software. Overwatch is live today. Thanks, Blizzard, for telling me about that. I had no idea. All right, let's see what happens. Chrome's doing shit in the background right now, too.
Strike from above.
Go with a resounding no. But you gotta try. Yeah, I don't think practice range ping doesn't really matter.
Strike from above.
I think it's a local server or connects you. It's not the same thing as being live. I didn't look at my ping though. No, I think it was because stuff was happening in the background on Chrome. Like Chrome's still doing something in the background. Or fix your shit, Chrome. Or I'll be angry when I get out of this game. Ah, the Mercy! The Mercy... You can't even click on their profiles anymore.
Strike.
Ah, the Mercy! Ah, the Mercy main!
Leadership makes all the difference.
Taking to the air.
Who's ready to have some fun?
She was deciding whether or not she wanted to play Mercy or the character she's played for 10 minutes. That's not where I want to go.
Not waste this opportunity.
Oh, no. Can't ski on those. Thanks, Blizzard. that Mercy? Someone just died. No. That was she, bitch. Bridget. You know, which is much better than it used to be. Actually, not much better. It's better than it used to be.
Don't stay down. Taking off.
Something I've definitely noticed is that monitor will vibrate.
Take back the lead.
That's not good. I'm gonna die. I don't know where he's going or where he's coming from. Good. Mm-hmm.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Let's put a stop to that.
Up and away.
Over there.
Concussive out. I will not waste this opportunity.
That's not good. That's also not good. I did the most damage to myself, guys. Good. Oh my god, why would you do this? You're gonna run out! Oh, so close. I didn't time that right, guys. I used to know how much juice she has. I don't remember now. Because I don't know if it's changed or I just forgot.
Dispersing.
That? You can't stand up there?
We need to stop them.
Doing damage, not getting kills, guys.
Making another approach.
Moira by your side.
Scatter.
We've taken the robot.
Up and away. I require feet.
I understand.
I don't know if you thought I wanted her to heal bot me. I don't. I think we got a pissy healer, guys. That's good.
Making another
Not that I want her to heal bot me, but if I, like, am near you, could you please heal me? That would be nice, guys. Where's our Reinhardt? That's just a fucking diva on it. Just queued on top of me. Okay. Alright, buddy.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Aerial positioning underway. I don't want to talk about it.
I can protect you.
You definitely have a fucking hard on for me. Good stuff. I don't think you got a single kill. 2.
Play of the game.
Their diva had the most damage on their team. And they all had a hard on for me. You can't even type responses. Thanks, Blizzard. No, good stuff. It's like literally whenever I show up, they're just all shooting at me. I think our Mercy just rage changed just to fuck me. That's pretty hilarious because her profile had what 950 Mercy hours on it, and then she like next closest one was like 20 hours or 10 hours or something. Taught me good, though. Good for her.
Strike from above. Good leadership makes all the difference. Repositioning.
Never played... Actually, I might have played this map before. Get rid of these.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Real positioning underway. Making another approach.
Juicy.
Success breeds success.
I wish you could see damage numbers, like you could see how much damage they actually did to you, because you don't see that at all. So I don't know if it's her or if I got shot from something else. I think it was her, but I'm not sure.
Duplicating Junker Queen.
I need healing. I'm with you. systems nominal.
This will cut the pain.
Taking off.
Yeah, we just died to burn damage. Literally right next to a healer.
Always more to learn.
Again. Like I mentioned before, guys, when you get down to like lower SPMM, you just get people that just don't even heal you. Like, they know you're a Pharah, and they're like, oh, that's hard, I'm not gonna even bother with that. Even when you're next to them. I need help. I wonder if that's for everyone. That's different than I need healing. That's I need help.
I don't stay down.
Yeah, now you're getting a shitload more picks than we were last game. Not saying much, and less damage.
Aerial positioning underway.
I think they reduced the... They definitely, pretty sure they reduced the damage radius on the... I'm a ground Pharah. He fucking... This Cassia, or this Ashe, literally just fucking threw... Literally threw the fucking, dynamite directly on top of you. That's the second time she's done that. The other time she killed me with fire damage. Which is kind of fucking weird, that she can throw it over into a blind spot and hit me directly with it. Oh, hey, buddy. Why the fuck? I thought our teammates were here. I thought our whole team moved up. Oh, they have a different spawn now? I think they have a different spawn. Yeah, don't know the map, guys. I'm pretty sure they have a different spawn. Like, no way of, getting out of here fast.
Helping you out.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh, I don't like Bob. Where the fuck is Bob? Ah! Did it again. Oh, that's not where it... No, yeah. Thank you for grabbing the tank. I appreciate that. That's not good. Again with the dynamite directly on me. It's like she can't fucking hit shots, but she throws... No. Mine's not. Oh, now it is. Where's it? Hey, you. Okay, that's a robot. That's a turret. I swear she has a fucking aimbot. It's another Ash.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Hey! Didn't do bad for kills, but damage we didn't really do too hot on. Still not 40%, or 42%, that's where we used to be, and then 20% direct hit. But I don't know if that's at the end. Oh, maybe not. Blah. Could just be that I haven't played first-person shooters in so long that my target acquisition isn't as good as it used to be in terms of who I'm prioritizing and looking at and going after. I am just too much all over the place. But that'll happen. I've played Dead by Daylight for a year and a half, 2 years at this point, so yeah. That'll happen, guys. Dead by Daylight skills are absolutely worthless in like any other fucking game in existence. They don't even translate to anything. Oh, are we gonna make it to the loop in time, guys? Are they gonna drop the pallet on me at this choke point? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, I'll whip over the top. Yeah, like Dead by Daylight skills, guys, has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. Absolutely nothing to do. Like aiming doesn't, even if you played Huntress, doesn't even translate because she throw fucking buses. Literally nothing in common. Fucking May got nerfed and is a piece of shit now. What's with all the fucking Annas? Like low MMR Annas. I don't understand this. Like there's like 5 billion healers, guys, and most of them have like some sort of aim assist built into their character. Or they just have a healing aura like fucking Lucio, and everyone wants to play fucking Anna and do horrible at her.
Not skill, is the sign of a mature warrior.
Objective unlocked.
My ultimate is charging. Move the robot. In 3, 2.
No one uses the new point menu. That's not where I want to go. That's a light post.
Positioning. Up and away.
No, still going. I'm just charging someone.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together. Perfect hit.
Oh. There we go. Nope, didn't make it in time. I don't know the map well enough, guys. For barriers, a lot of stuff's just completely changed from the last time I played. Not like it's like a different ability, but rather like the timing is just completely different.
Establishing aerial position.
Her healer's dead. Oh. Nope, killed the one I wasn't aiming at. Nah, that's a maid too.
Push started. Let the kitsune guide you.
There is more to learn. Repositioning.
Your team is close
We're
to
catching
taking
up.
the lead.
They have superior numbers.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
Oh,
Taking off.
what? Hey, buddy. I would like to go in the doorway now. Thank you.
Let me balance you out.
Like, even the fucking fox bitch has aiming, like, aim assist.
They're pushing ahead. Take them out.
Oh. No! I think okay. Buddy.
Enemy here. Stay put. We need. I don't think so.
Dude, her laser goes so fucking far. You definitely used to be able to outrange that.
Let's show them some air.
Okay. Not anywhere around there.
Aerial positioning underway.
Oh. Just gonna W key, yep.
Got one here. Always more
Hmm.
establishing aerial position. Let the kitsune guide you. Double fire. I'm on fire.
Is it over?
Blades all the time.
Is it over?
Enemy here.
God. Just left again.
Taking off. Let me balance you out.
Zarya just tried to shoot me with fucking bubbles.
Dispersing.
We're pushing now.
Aerial positioning. Watch out for this one. Over there. I look after my own. Thank you. Establishing aerial position.
Void swarm activated.
Bing! Bang! Bang! Bang!
Tactical visor active.
The skies await.
Robots in enemy hands.
Taking off.
Meh? That's still meh. Okay. Same shit again.
I'm here. It's crunch time. Luckily, I can do 1,000 crunches.
Void swarm lost.
Increasing altitude. Enemy here.
Left. Okay, it's a Moira. I shouldn't get pushed just with my concussive
I don't
missile.
stay down. Robots are taking to the air. Let the Kitsune guide you. Sniper detected. Engaging the enemy. Returning to battle. En route.
We have to meet their push and stop it.
Огонь по готовности.
Dude, so at lower ranks, guys, this is the same shit from back in Overwatch 1. At lower ranks, guys, people are afraid to shoot Zarya. Like, because of her bubbles, they're always afraid of shooting Zarya. And as such, you never actually get people, you never have people that'll actually contest the Zarya, and she just can walk all over your entire team, which is fucking obnoxious. Now, obviously, oh my god, her bubbles, you don't want to charge Zarya, right? But when you get down to, when you get down to lower MMRs, people just don't even fire at her, which is pretty obnoxious. Yeah, he's just a stupid piece of shit. Unfortunately, that's where we're at right now, and I'm pretty sure there are, like, golds and plats still. Oh. Yeah. That's a plat, I believe. Gold. Like, no one wants to actually... Like, the Zarya is literally in the middle of my team, guys, shooting at me while walking into him, and no one is shooting her.
Select your hero.
But, like, when someone's close enough to you guys, even if you can charge the Zarya by breaking her bubbles, you can kill her. And that's just really important.
They have this coming, so let's give it to
This is
them.
a problem back when I played too, but I wasn't really in gold or plat. Oh. I think, well, putting aside Season 1 where ranks were kind of fucked up. I was in... I got stuck in, like, Diamond for a little bit. That didn't last long.
My memories from before the awakening are blurry, like a fading dream.
5,
But I do remember.
Try changing...
3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort
That.
the payload.
Come on, let's move this payload.
Target's lost. Open fire.
Enemy turret ahead.
Concussive out.
There we go.
Taking to the air.
Get it? No.
I knew it. Enemy turret destroyed. Aerial positioning underway. Moving the payload. Let's keep it going.
The robot, unfortunately, I don't think has a healing aura, unlike the cart does. But you can always go back to the turret and payload the cart.
Enemy turret theory.
Take it, Wakamoo! What a fucking way! Oh, thank you. There's definitely something going on with the fucking movement, like in like my display, but my aim's also fucked up too. There you go. That. I definitely need to change the F before that turns into a habit. Good.
Of circumstances, of course.
Dude, Torbjorn just feels kind of worthless compared to what he used to be, because his turret's so brittle. Oh. Okay. Ah, she's dead. I hear the cow! She's clippity-clopping. I don't even know what the fucking... I don't even know what those gates do. No. That was not the play. Too low on health and too close, and they're right on top of me and looking at me. All the wrong things in the world.
I don't want to talk about it.
Positioning. Get it moving.
What the fuck are they doing? He's just walking around in the middle of my team! Why? Holy fucking shit, guys. Oh my god.
Keep it tight.
Through hardships.
Taking off.
We were pushed back to spawn.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh. Like, I need to be able to kill their people, but I can't kill their people because they're all covering. Good. And kill their players. Like that overextended piece of shit.
This ends now. This ends now.
Let's show him some air power.
It is not my time yet.
Establishing aerial position.
Oh yeah? Oh. Granted the health kit. He's literally on our fucking spawn. Bye. Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Yeah. Okay. This is like when your fucking team, like at High MR, where you get your team just fucking chases a Genji behind lines or a Tracer, and that's all they're fucking doing, and like literally don't do anything else. Okay. I think that was the knife that pulled me? Yeah.
Returning to battle.
Her range is definitely longer than it used to be. It's starting to kind of feel like what they're trying to do with Overwatch 2 is like they deprioritize DPS by making them kind of shit. Obviously I haven't played enough, but it feels like healers and tanks are really what makes a huge difference in the game, as opposed to being DPS. Being the huge deal before. There needs to be a damage recap too. Still not a damage recap in the game. Oh.
Okay.
Still sitting on my queue, guys.
Increasing altitude.
Mobilizing with the payload.
Huh. Hey, look, guys, Pot G just happened. Jesus fucking Christ. Pretty obnoxious, literally getting pushed into spawn and feeling like you can't do anything. I didn't get Pot G, it was a Moira. We just killed 4 people.
Surrender to my will.
Literally just walking around the middle of our team. Talk about shit. That's also obnoxious, by the way. You literally can't talk to anyone at the end of the game. It's just over. Like in Overwatch 1, there's a decent amount of time at the end of the game where you could actually talk to people. During the card sequence, after the Pot G. It could be the reduced blast radius. It definitely feels like my aim's still not on, obviously. Just looking at stats is not back to what it was. Yeah, chat's only meant for GG Easies, yeah. Yeah, I think this is a way of reducing toxicity.
Now enter.
Just by preventing you from ever, like, they should just remove chat from the game and voice comms from the game because obviously it breeds toxicity, right? But at the same time, like, you need to be able to vent so you can fucking move on. So you can talk about stuff that just happened and people just don't go, oh no, I just, like, you know, you're stuck in your own world. People are fucking great at that nowadays. Like, pointing out the fact that the Moira is literally walking around the middle of our fucking team. Let's rebind that key. I need to rebind that useful key. I need to use, like, this is like Battlefield. Like, I need to be able to fucking use my... What is it? It's middle mouse button. Ping and world. G. What is F? From interact. What the fuck is interact? What is G before?
Do you dream?
I dream of peace, and sometimes falling.
Perhaps we have more in common than I thought.
There we go. That's exactly...
Over there.
Exactly what I want. I don't know what interact was.
1.
Interacts or something.
Capture objective A.
Work as a team, everyone.
They definitely reduced the radius on your, They might even increase the flight time. Something's fucked up with the missiles. Aaron just died. And I think I just got one tapped with an icicle to the brain. Okay. Yeah.
Returning to battle.
Dog, Sam dog shit. Yeah.
Increasing altitude. Concussive out.
Fucking Christ. I don't know, maybe my MMR is going down too? Like I'm getting shittier and shittier heroes too? Feels like my missiles are slightly like... There's all sorts of weird shit going on right now I'm trying to fucking deal with. Just got Blast Mine. Oh my god! They definitely, I think they reduced the blast radius on Pharah's. We should look, I think I'm going to look at patch notes. I'm pretty sure they reduced the blast radius on Pharah's rockets pretty substantially. So basically you have to hit direct rockets like all the fucking time or you're fucked. It isn't feasible when you're fucking flying. You're a fucking flying drunk rat. That sucks. Oh. Points take longer to capture. There's a way around back here. I don't know where it is. That takes longer.
I don't stay down.
Christ. That's a word that does not need help.
Misery made manifest.
And the tank's dead. I'm actually starting to feel like that's actually the move, is if I can give the tank, it really doesn't matter if I die. Because, like, once again, it feels like DPS are kind of the bitch right now. So if you can take out a healer or a tank, you're actually not other DPS. Take out the healer or the tank, you're actually in a really good position. That's what it's feeling like.
Repositioning.
Let's see though. Because once again, there's one tank and 2 healers. The healers do shitloads, so they lose a lot of pressure when they lose their tank too. Oh, yeah. There's a Reaper up here. One moment, please. I'm busy rewiring my brain. Yeah. Give me those world pings. Might use that up. Never got a heal, guys, and then we're dead. Look at our fucking tank for kills, guys.
Returning to battle. Repositioning.
What's the holdup? Get that thing moving.
Aerial positioning underway.
Guy up here.
I look after my own.
I want to give them, but there's too many people looking at me. Fucking Anna, and then there's Reaper on my right. No. That's a Q. What rank? I'm not playing rank. I'm still pretty shitty at the game, so. Still, I have regressed into my prior FPS years. Get there, guys. It's gonna take some time. Still sitting on my queue. Yeah, I need to fucking aim for the Anna. Hey, buddy. Got it. This game just really makes me want to fucking get a new monitor at this point. And, oh. By the way, there's a minimum range on... There's a max height to Reinhardt's attack. Hi, baby diva. They definitely reduced the explosive size of... Is that the sound of a Reaper? No. Molten Breath! I really need an ultimate right about now. Thank you. And that's the win. What's my... Doing in time. Yeah, that was the clutch right there. That's why I wanted my ultimate, because it would immediately push him off the point. This is the guy from last game. It's for a teleport? Well, that's going to G. Well, the game is angry at me because my teleport key is unbound. Okay. I guess the only thing that it actually does is Symmetra's teleport. That's not nearly as important as... Well, actually kind of important. But no rank. Esperanza.
Select your hero.
One more, guys. Actually, I need to get going so I can get some food. I think I'm out of pizza. I need to go shopping. There's so much shit I need to do. My endorsement level has gone from 3 to 2. What the fuck does that even mean? How do you unendorse? People removed endorsements from me? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Like, you'd assume at, like, lower MMR, you'd just get a lot more,
But to be left alone.
You get a lot more of the, like, the auto healers, but instead it's like every game there's a fucking Ana, and they usually suck dick. It's like Genji used to be in Overwatch 1, where you get a Genji in, like, Master, Diamond, and he just always sucks dick. Shopping list and go to Taco Bell. You mean oh, what am I getting for shopping? Yeah, food? Please reiterate your shopping list to continue. I wish I knew this map, and I don't. It's like a tracer healer. Oh, it's just a tracer. Pretty sure we saw Kiriko.
The enemy has claimed the robot.
That's not what I want to do. Going through the tunnel? I need to kill the Mercy that's just flying around the top of us.
Returning to battle. Aerial positioning underway.
It definitely feels like there's some things that are off. First off, changing the option for the inner frame aiming off actually made me feel much better. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with that because I have really high FPS, so it shouldn't matter at all. But that made things feel much better, for sure. I don't know why, that's supposed to just be helpful.
Forward spawn activated.
My ultimate is charging.
I need healing.
My ultimate.
My ultimate is.
I was looking at my wheel! I was looking at my fucking wheel! And then I hit the wrong key. You have to E. He's just jacking off of my dead body.
Robot is moving the barricade.
Let's see.
Let the kitsune
Okay.
guide you.
Oh, please. Thank you. I'm dead. Those bombs are so fucking bad. I don't...
That's a bee in your bonnet.
It like he was looking over here, he threw it and then attached to me. The fuck is that? It's not hit scan, is it? It's like a fucking hit scan throwable blast mine?
They're pushing.
Kill myself again? No.
Don't let them push any
The
further.
skies await.
Still have my Q I'm sitting on it. The problem with this is, like, I just need to use it, but, like, I haven't figured out the maps yet, and I don't know exactly where to drop in or when to use it. It's like I lost that touch. There we go. I'll take a fucking tank. Yeah, like, honestly, I think what my Q is used for now is a tank buster, which I could do before back in Overwatch 1, but it didn't really have that much value, because the DPS were a bigger pick. I think now it's literally all, oh my god. It's literally all about killing, like, that tank off. Okay.
At this rate, we won't be in the lead for much longer.
Taking to the air. Repulsion.
I hear them clopping. Feels like her missiles have some sort of weird delay to them now, too. They never used to. I don't know what's going on with that. I think I got headshot. Gonna kill me, though. Something else in there. Yeah, the Mexican pizzas are fucking weird. I'm pretty sure they intentionally do that.
They're taking a robot. We need that robot to turn around.
Team has lost the lead.
Like, they make it like a limited edition item so you keep coming back. That's my take on that. Hey, buddy. They really, like, fucking... There you go. Thanks, buddy. We're overextending. Way overextending. I think he's going in for Q.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Hanzo. Definitely feels like Farrah got nerfed. I don't know why she would get nerfed, but I guess they're trying to help her by giving her
The robot is with us. Onward to the barricade.
You have my thanks. No.
Guys back here, aren't there? I hear something over there. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to die instantly.
Barrier initialized.
Oh, fucked up again.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh. Oh, I missed that. I thought he was on the other side. It's a cue meant for me, guys. Actually, no, it was also meant for the tank. He's also flying around. But yeah, the taco pizzas? Kind of weird. Kind of weird, just saying that. Am I all alone over here? I don't know what Brianna's doing.
Over there. Watch out for this one.
Yeah.
Enemy here.
I miss the bigger rockets, for the love of God. Okay.
Over there.
The robot has been secured.
Okay. God, you're fucking annoying.
60 seconds remaining.
And she wasn't even the one doing damage, she's just fucking annoying.
Returning to battle.
I don't think you can, but I really wish there's a website where you can look up the balancing changes for Pharah. Oh. Okay. Missed again. Oh my God, again. And I killed myself!
The enemy outnumbers us.
All systems nominal.
Okay.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Stop them and we win.
It all.
The deluxe isn't quite ready yet. This is our last chance.
Where the fuck did they even respawn? There they are.
Increasing altitude.
That was bad timing. I was going to get killed with the fucking McCree. No. He just fucking sold me. Okay.
Stay with the robot. We will win if we maintain our momentum. All things.
Good.
Don't stay down.
The enemy returns. Declare probability.
Think we did better? Oh. I know what the range indicators were, because the range indicators showed 70. I guess that's the color? I don't understand that.
Play of the game.
10,000. And once you can't even look at the stats because they fucking leave and the stats are gone. Carne asada fries, those are gone. Okay. Enough of this, guys. More practice tomorrow. Something still feels off here. My aim's fucked up or something. I don't know what's going on. Like I go to aim over the top of the Reinhardt, and it's like I'm not aiming far enough.
Strike from above. Maximum impact.
I don't know, it's because I turned down my sensitivity or what.
When I'm hitting my shots, you double touch.
I have a different mouse too from when I last played. I don't remember what mouse I had back when I played. I think I had my Steel Series. I mean, I still have it, but...
Concussive out. Where's your jetpack?
No.
Taken justice. Rains from above. Quadruple kill. Establishing aerial position.
Time-honored tradition of looking at your peripherals and wondering if that's what's causing things to fuck up or not. Yeah, I don't know what it is, and then the fucking blurry thing. I don't know if that's my monitor. Maybe my monitor went bad or something's going on. Something's going on with the with the motion clarity in the game too. I don't know what that is, and it's pretty obnoxious. It makes it difficult to keep track of people when they're moving super fast around you, which is basically half the game, especially when you're flying around as Pharah. But yeah, it feels like my aim's slightly off, and I don't know what it is, but I haven't played first-person shooters in like 2 years, and then I haven't played Overwatch in like 5, so 4 years? Yeah. I've been playing MOBAs, but MOBAs aren't, MOBAs are definitely not a first-person shooter. I play a lot of MOBAs. Feels off. Something feels off. Christ, I just fucked up on my accounts. Okay. Well, there's that. Changing and turning off that the high performance aiming or whatever it is actually felt much better. I don't know why. I don't know what it means. That definitely felt better for me. And it's not supposed to, by the way. It's supposed to be the opposite. Just get good. Working on it. We're working on it. Well, people trash talk me at the same time. Just get good. And the gold McCrees that fucking hit all their shots despite the fact that you're playing in gold? Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I don't know what the fucking happened to people, guys, in the last 5 years, but when I was playing in gold, people definitely had problems aiming. So, yeah. Especially aiming at Pharah. It was one of my recommendations back in the day, was literally to recommend people play Pharah at lower MMR because people can't aim worth shit. To be continued, though, guys. Alrighty, guys, I gotta get out of here. Tomorrow, guys, will be more Dead by Daylight. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. So you guys have to look forward to or not to look forward to. I need to get on earlier, guys, so we can start playing earlier and so I can get more games in here so we can get back to stuff. This is actually kind of a challenge for me at this point. I didn't expect it to be, but like the fact that I'm this bad at Overwatch now, just first-person shooters in general, just not my cup of tea. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll spend some time playing Overwatch 2. Dead by Daylight's not going anywhere, and I mean the developers are hell-bent on ruining the game for killers, so I mean that's not necessarily a bad point to just play something else. So yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed my shitty aim, make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I use stream every day. From evening to late night, GMT 6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. Tomorrow will be more of the OWTs, OW2s. So I'm already here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a fabulous Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.